All right, today's format is going to be sort of a podcast format. We're going to have several different speakers today, people with a wide variety of opinions. I'm pretty sure no matter what you think about this play, there's going to be somebody advocating for you on the roundtable. And if you have comments or questions, you can drop them in YouTube, or you can drop them. There should be a video link on Twitter also where you can type in comments. I'm checking to see if I can find that. And we're going to go over a lot of the common questions and concerns and angst and drama that's been going on over the past couple months as the price has been going down. And we're going to share each of our different thoughts about what we're doing in the play, if we're in it or not, and if we're bullish or not, what we're worried about if we are in the play. And hopefully some of you will find some value out of that. Four Leaf Clover says he is in Twitter. All right, I'm trying to find it on my own Twitter page. Oh, here we go. All right.
Hello?
Mediocre, how you doing?
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Perfect.
We got Mike in here. We got Mediocre Trader. We got the Bad Ape. Let me send you an invite, Stephen, to come up and speak. Mike, owning the float. Tell us what's on your mind. Said he needs a couple minutes. Okay. Four Leaf Clover says I can hear them, but with some background noise coming through. Yeah, it could be me because I'm simulcasting it on multiple locations. So we'll get the bugs worked out as we get into this. Dog Mom says audio is good. I got two co-hosts and one speaker, and it looks like they're all, we kind of put this together at the last minute. So they're prepping their material, probably grabbing their drinks. Pour yourself a cold one.
Hey, Tony.
What's up, man?
I'm going to leave and come back because I'm trying to get you guys on speaker so I can hear better.
Okay.
I'm driving, but I'll be right back. I'll have to request a co-host again.
All right.
All right, bye. I'll be ready to go in about 2 more minutes.
All right. While they are getting ready, let's some of y'all that are in the live chat on YouTube, go ahead and throw me some questions. I'm trying to, as far as the audio right now, if you're not in the Twitter space call, you're only hearing the audio from my phone. And I'm trying to get on the call on my desktop also so that we get clean audio, but it's not letting me. It's not letting me in my own call on my desktop. Oh, here we go. This should be a little better now. Doc Zeno says, question, is 5,000 a share out of the question? Doc Zeno, I don't have any high price targets like that, but you already know that. Thank you for the setup. Green Thumb says, Tony and group, have I made a mistake? I sold my AMC shares in my investment account at a loss, but bought the same amount back at the same price. Sold my AMC shares at a loss, bought them back at the same price. Uh, I guess my first question would be, what was the time delay between when you sold them and when you bought them back? Otherwise, you're gonna, if you have a gain, at some point, you're gonna be dealing with a wash sale. All right, mediocre coming back in. Moon Monk says, don't worry. Who was that to? Green Thumb, you'll feel better when AMC is in the threes. He already bought back in, Moon Monk. Dog Mom says, I usually miss your show because it's much later here on the East Coast. Thank you for doing an earlier show. Yeah, we were all just sitting around, as we often do, debating all the DD, debating what we're worried about, what we're anticipating on the bullish side. And we've been talking about this for about a week. Why don't we just go live and do our little debate in front of everybody and maybe take some questions? Because don't think that we don't try and figure this out, what's going to happen. Uh, some of us 10, 12 hours a day. All right, mediocre. Welcome back. All right. Mike owning the float is back. Mediocre is also one of our speakers. Steven, Super Steven, aka the Bad Ape. He is also going to be one of our speakers today. Is Grandpa Barney going to join in? I think Grandpa Barney deleted his Twitter account. You guys ran him off with all those accusations that he was really Adam Aaron. He got tired of dealing with the bullshit. All right. So let's start off mediocre and Mike and Steven when he comes back talking about, are you in this play right now? Do you have a position? And what is your general sentiment? Let's kind of set the stage for people that are not familiar with you guys or any of us. Go ahead, mediocre. Yeah, I think that's one thing that all of us that are going to be on this roundtable today have in common is that we're of the same mind that there is a lot of bad information, or at least over the last year, maybe more, that I've been talking to you guys, that frustrates us, that lead people into making a lot of bad decisions, and maybe that's some of the stuff we can talk about today.
Think it's Grandpa Barney, so let's find out.
All right. I'd like to get the air cleared if that is really him.
Same. Sheldon here.
I,
Talking a lot about
they're saying that they can't hear.
some of us are on the road. Join this group. Nice float. Oh boy, maybe I'll when I get back, I'm not driving. I will send Grandpa a message and make sure if that's him or not. But hopefully, we can find out. That'd be nice to get him up here talking with us.
I changed up the audio, so the mic format. So if you guys can hear better now, let me know. Trying to find, because I have so many outputs on this stream, I'm trying to find the best way to do it.
Sorry about that, Tony.
Mediocre, how long have you been in the AMC play? How long have you been following it?
Since 2020. Can't remember the exact date. It was after the first run up. Actually, Steven knows the date because we were just doing some research on a chart, and I showed him the candle I bought in on originally.
2020, like December 2020, when it was below $2.
It was no. It was after it ran up to $14 and pulled back before the major run up.
So early 2021.
Yeah.
Between January and June.
$14.
Okay.
That's where I originally bought in, and I got my average down to 1070 before the main run up.
All right. And while we're waiting on Mike and Steven, just in case anybody has never listened to my channel in the last 2 years, I initially bought in. I watched the GameStop run up, did not participate in that one. And then I was looking around for other potential plays. Stumbled across AMC. I bought in late May, shares and call options, and enjoyed that early June run up. Made a lot of money selling those call options specifically. And then, as we know, the community thought, many of us thought, that there was going to be a second squeeze on AMC, just like there was with GameStop. So I did buy some additional shares later in 2021 of AMC. And I held all of those until right around the court decision date, August or so of last year.
I see there's a couple of requests in here. We'll be taking requests pretty soon. I know people want to speak. We're going to wait till we actually get started.
I would say
going to let anybody just speak due to a lot of not infiltrators, but a lot of people just want to just say a bunch of nonsense. But I know there's accounts that I may know of or other people may know of. And once we get that going and we can agree on allowing somebody to come in and be part of it, you'll have about 60 seconds to state your opinion and so forth, and say what you got to say.
This is not a drama space call. If you can't be an adult, if you can't ask a question about the stock, then you're going to be immediately booted out of the call if we bring it up. If there's enough people here with enough different opinions on the panel that this is going to be a spirited debate.
Yes, like we all don't have the same opinion, to be honest, in this whole deal here, but we respect each other's opinions and we discuss them and why, right? And it makes us better traders, I think, because of it.
I talked about mediocre. He talked about when he got in the play. Oh, by the way, I started my YouTube channel in July after the run up, after it was already coming down. And part of that was due to frustration at the amount of misinformation that was going on YouTube. People misinterpreting rules, people making up their own DD. I was frustrated at Matt and Trey for, encouraging people to buy options as it was running up to $50, $60, $70 as I was selling mine. I was like, what are you doing? Still buying call options? Like, you should be telling people sell. We're peaking out here, bro. And that made me mad. So I started my YouTube channel. And a lot of people wanted to talk about AMC, and so I did. And I was holding the stock. And through most of 2021, fully expecting, because of the high short interest and the cohesiveness in the play, that we could get another run up. But then, as we know, around Thanksgiving 2021, the economy started changing, interest rates started going up, money started going out of the equities market, and we kind of had to pivot our thinking about what was going to happen on this play. And then what happened 2022, they throw APE on us. They talk about doing dilution. The company's running out of cash. And I started, talking about this whole hashtag evolve. Like, you guys need to be open to changing how you view this play in order not to get steamrolled by what was going to come.
As for me, I started my YouTube back with Froggy Styles when Tony and everybody started doing the multi-streams, kind of like we're doing now. But I teamed up with Froggy and Cam. You all know who they are. But I never pushed my YouTube channel. So that's what makes it great about me talking with everybody, is because I'm not monetized. I get nothing. I'm just here to give my opinion, and I always have done it in a respectful way, and I'll continue to do that. So it's not about, a lot of people like to say it's about, YouTube money, this, that, and the other thing. And that's really not, I don't think anybody on this panel really gives a crap about the YouTube stuff. We're just here to talk about what's going on with AMC and other stocks for that matter. We're not just AMC. I mean, AMC is the topic of conversation now, but we talk about many stocks.
Every day we're talking about different plays, right? We're traders. We're looking for different plays, whether it's dividend plays, short squeezes, the runner of the day, wheel strategy plays. And that's one thing that I've always encouraged you guys to do is have a diverse portfolio, have a portfolio mainly built on companies with increasing revenues and increasing profits, and to limit your risk on these what I call speculative plays, where we're betting on a short squeeze in a company that has negative profits. Those are speculative, and it is very dangerous. You guys have heard this from day one. Even Matt and Trey used to say, don't put money in it that you can't afford to lose. And unfortunately, a lot of people didn't listen to that part, and now a lot of people are hurting, and I get it. Do you agree, Mediocre? Or do you disagree?
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is there's a lot of misinformation out there, from many different platforms, right? And if you don't know yourself because you're a new trader or you don't understand the market as well, whatever your situation is, I don't know. Everybody's individual situation is their own. They may be getting bad information. There's a lot of information out there that is incorrect, I would say.
Green Thumb has a question. Let me see if I can find it. Let me go. Hang on one second.
Yeah. I mean, I think in 2020, because of the pandemic and everybody being home, there was a lot of people who piled into the market and didn't understand a whole lot of what was going on, and that caused some issues.
I think Green Thumb was the one that asked the question about it. He sold his shares and then bought them back in a different account. And my question back to you was, if you did it in less than 30 days, then you're going to be, looking at a wash sale. Even though you bought it in a different account, it's still the same equity. So that's my thoughts on that. Mediocre, while we're waiting for these other two guys, and Grandpa Barney, if you want to, if that is Grandpa, if that's you, turn your mic on. Let us know if that's you.
It's me.
All right,
Yes,
Grandpa
sir.
Barney, let's get this out of the way. I still see people saying right now, Grandpa, that you are Adam Aaron and that you're paying people with coded super chats to push an agenda. Would you like to clear the air and tell us you don't have to tell us where you live, but tell us what you do. And are you Adam Aaron?
Well, I wish I was Adam, because I'd be worth $1 million. But
Is he going to key up?
can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. So, no, I'm a journeyman lineman. I work for a big power company in the
I
state.
like to hear him. I don't hear him, Tony.
You don't hear him? Grandpa, can you drop out and come back?
Yeah.
Wedmore says, what bothers me is that AMC really a $4 company. So the market cap on AMC is $1 billion right now, just over $1 billion. And that is a great question, Wedmore. That is a question that all of us on this panel talk about every single day.
Yes, we do.
What is the valuation of this company? I know people talk about price to sales. I talk often about price to earnings, and the earnings is negative right now. And then we look at a market cap valuation. There's a lot of different ways that you could look at, is the company properly valued at $4 a share? And I think we can go into those in just a second, but let's let Grandpa finish see if you guys can hear Grandpa Barney now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. How are you, Grandpa?
All right,
Oh,
Grandpa. So you were saying you're a lineman, so you work on electrical lines?
You asked me if I'm AA, and I said I wish, because then I'd be a millionaire, right? But oh, I'm a journeyman high voltage lineman. I'm a first responder for my power company. I work tons of overtime, and people used to say I'm getting checks from AA. No, I used to super chat people because I wanted to. That was my way of giving back to the people that spent a lot of time doing DD and stuff. But the problem is a lot of that DD was bad DD. So I stopped super chatting.
Okay. Well, there you have it from the man himself.
So, yep, I'm a real life grandpa, and I've learned a lot in the last 2.5 years being stuck in this play.
Thank you, Grandpa, for clearing the air, and you're welcome to hang out in case someone has a question for you. Let's see, what were we were talking about? Oh, valuation. Steve, do you want to kick off some of the talk on valuation, and let me formulate my thoughts on what I want to say about that too.
Me? Or
Yeah,
Steven?
mediocre.
Yeah. I mean, I think the stock is undervalued, is my personal opinion. But I think, I also think right now it's my opinion of it, and I could be wrong, and I'm okay if I am wrong. I believe that we're consolidating in this area here because it's undervalued. And I think something possibly may happen, some news drop, something that will, start us in the upward trend to bring us to a reasonable market cap. I don't think that we're in a reasonable area for market cap at the moment, but, I think the market works in ways to install fear in retail investors, right? That's my take on it. I think that they want to control the market, and fear is a huge motivator in the market.
Fear is a huge motivator, you said?
Yes.
Now, one thing that I've seen a lot over the last couple of years, and I get this question a lot, mediocre, is what do you think, Tony, what do you think the proper stock price or proper valuation of AMC is? And that's always a difficult question to answer because people don't want to hear the answer. If you bought in at 40, 50, 60, $70 in a squeeze on a company which is losing money, which had been valued, at $1 or $2 for the preceding years, it's difficult for people to hear that they overpaid for a stock. And I always fall back to, when I'm looking at valuations, what is something worth? What is their, potential future profits going to be? That's how you do a valuation. Future cash flows, and lacking those, which were lacking annual positive earnings, lacking those, then the valuation of the company comes down to what are people willing to pay for it versus how much are the shorts willing to attack it. And
Yep.
that's the battle that we're stuck in. And we have not been winning for the last 2 years. Would you agree, mediocre?
100%. I mean, it shows that just in the charting, right? We've been destroyed since we had the run up to $72. It's just the price has done nothing but fall. Yeah, we've had a few spikes here and there, but that the stock price has just fallen to a level where fundamentally it's somewhere in this range, right? Fundamentally. But does that mean we won't see another spike? I'm not saying that either. I'm saying, they've attacked it and the shorts won. They've made so much money, it's not even funny. but we helped them to do it, I think,
How did we help them to do it?
because we held our shares and allowed them to short us down and take our money instead of taking profits.
Okay. Ketogenesis, what's up, amigo? He says, nothing to see here, no manipulation, no fraud. I don't buy it. I don't think that I would wager, Ketogenesis, that not a single person that is on the panel today would say there's no manipulation.
Oh, there's 100% manipulation.
I think we all agree there's manipulation. How the hell else do you think they drove the price down?
I think that the problem with manipulation is we don't have a way to prove how it's, everything, you got to take everything to a court of law, right? And if you don't have evidence to back up your claim, you're not going to win a case, right? And so I would say that the SEC is not our friend in this matter, because I would say that they probably turn a blind eye. Why? Because they're controlled by large money. I'm not disagreeing with any of you. That's my opinion of it. Okay, and I don't think that the market is ever going to change. And I know that we all want market change. I'm with you guys. I want market change as well. I just don't see how we can win that way, right?
Counting on the SEC, you mean?
Exactly. They're the only police department we have. How else are you going to catch them? And if they're not looking for the crime or not trying to really go after people, instead of giving them these sweetheart deals every time they do get caught, I mean, what are you going to do? We're at the mercy of the government in the end.
And my kind of take on that, having watched all of these retail plays, all of them, whether I participated in them or not, I've watched dozens and dozens of retail plays over the last couple of years, all using in their own little community all the same mantras and tagging the SEC and the DOJ and talking about naked shorts and synthetics and da-da-da-da-da. And most of those other plays, I watched them go bankrupt. People, convinced until the end that they were right, and they still got wiped out. The one thing that I do like about AMC, and the reason that I'm in this play, is the revenues are growing in this company. The box office is growing, and I anticipate it growing in 2025. So that is why this one for me is different. But counting on the SEC or FINRA or DOJ to do something and save us, that has not been working. So I think it's worth it for you to consider, how do you survive whatever play you're in? How do you survive in the meantime?
That's the thing, because once they bankrupt you, you're kind of done, right? And I'm not talking about the company. I'm talking about the individual investor. I mean, how many dilutions can people take?
Right.
If you held your original position, and never did anything with it, it's dramatically down 90-something%. So, I mean, I don't know how much of that can people withstand. How many dips can people buy? You're kind of just hurting yourself. I feel for those people. That's part of the reason why we're doing this call, is it not, Tony?
Yes, absolutely. And we have Owning the Float coming back up to speak. He has a lot of very different opinions than us on many things, and I want to hear from him. And we got Stephen, the Bad Ape. What's up, Stephen?
Hi, I just joined. What's going on, guys?
We're just kind of going through the initial bits of our thoughts, but I want to get into some debate here about what people think about this play. Let's kind of first hear from you, Stephen. Do you own the stock? And are you bullish or bearish? And how long have you been in the play? Because not everybody might know you.
Oh, okay. A lot of people do know I've been in the play a really long time. So I've kind of have the whole. I feel like at this point I got a PhD in AMC. You know, I honestly know too much, I think. And the reason I hang out with these guys is because we all have different philosophies and maybe trading perspectives. But I do think there is a universal way for us to come together as shareholders, even if you disagree with the other shareholders next to you. There is a way to win, and I'd like to unpack that as time goes on. But overall, you know, I'm a believer in the movie industry. I know the topic of Adam Aron's approval as a CEO is controversial, which we can get into. But overall, I'm bullish on the movie industry. I think at some point it's going to get to the point where the short thesis will be dead. But we can unpack that a little later, Tony. Thanks for having me on.
All right. I want to bring OTF up and let him unload with both barrels, but I want to talk about the bear versus the bull thesis, because I listen in on all the bear calls. I think it is very important for you guys to listen to people that disagree with you. Whether or not you agree is irrelevant, but it's good to have different perspectives, because then you can challenge your own beliefs and become a better trader. The thesis is that if you're a bull, you think that by 2025, potentially the box office is going to get better and the industry will grow to the point where AMC can start knocking out some positive quarters and positive cash flow. The bear thesis is that will never happen, that they're never going to get back to 10.5, 11 billion of domestic box office, which is what AMC needs to be consistently profitable. And feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, OTF or Steven or Mediocre. AMC is built on size. They're twice as big as Cinemark. And people say, why is Cinemark doing okay? How can they be profitable? Well, they have half the size. They can be profitable on a lower box office. And they're still heavily shorted. Cinemark's heavily shorted right now. Way more than AMC. OTF, do you want to give us your thoughts? He doesn't have his.
Yeah, well, I think most people know mostly how my sentiment is. It's not towards AMC. It's the negative aspect of it is because of Adam Aron, the decision making that he's had. So to answer the question that you've asked everybody else, do I hold a position? Yes, I hold a position. It's the positions that I hold. It's pretty massive. It's huge. People in here know what it is. But do I think in the short term that AMC can go to the upside? The answer to that is actually yes, which is the reason why I'm passionate about, people are like, well, why do you have money invested, but you're talking negative about AMC and Adam Aron? It's not about the money invested. It's about what's right and what's wrong. The decision making from Adam Aron has been atrocious. I mean, there's probably anybody in here can make better decisions than he is. And I know that people are saying that his job is to try to make the company fundamentally sound. He's could have made a lot more great decisions, better decisions over the past 3 years to actually put AMC in a better position now. It's my theory or my own opinion that he's working with the hedge funds, that he's rubbing elbows with his buddies. He's giving them these sweetheart deals, and in turn, he's fucking over retail. That is something I can't get past. Not only the Antera deal and selling Ape at a low price of $4, then giving the sweetheart deal to Antera for 66 cents, but it's more so the idea of him going around, shaking your hand, licking you in the face, and then lying to you, knowing damn well that he's going to be doing a lot of things to the company that's going to affect the retail investor. And one thing that I've always said, when I started my channel, I was here for AMC. But when I start to understand a lot of things about the market, that I'm not here for AMC, I'm not here for GameStop, I'm here for the retail investor. I say things that people don't want to hear because there's not a lot of people that are out there that have the balls enough to actually speak on it. People want to say HODL, Diamond Hand, to the moon. That's great and all. It's warm, keeps you warm and fuzzy, and it gives you that hopium. But the truth of the matter is you're getting fucked over. And that's the part that I have a hard time dealing with.
All right,
just
Mike.
To be clear, I held all the way up to 70 and all the way back down. And I barely escaped with the profit per share of just over $2. Now, I could have sold a long time ago, and I didn't because I believed in what we were doing. But the truth of the matter is what we are doing, the whole diamond handing and hodling, it does absolutely nothing because the true supply and demand does not work in a stock market. It does not work for the retail investor. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's manipulated. And to trade in this type of market, you have to know what the hell you're doing. You got to know what to look for. You got to get in and out and take profits where you can. And that's why I came up with taking profits is paramount. Because if you think you're going to hold and hodl and become, a millionaire or a billionaire, or some people have, their ideas of being a trillionaire, you're sadly mistaken. You're going to end up 100% broke. So that's my idea.
All right, Mike, let me ask you then, knowing that the company was running low on cash, we all saw that on the balance sheet, right? And knowing that the domestic box office was not at the point yet where the company could consistently be profitable, and knowing that the lien holders, the debt holders, kind of hold the cards of bankrupting the company or not, choosing to extend debt covenants or not, what would you have done different if you were in, because you're mad at Adam Aaron? I'm kind of more just cynical about it. Like, I'm not a Adam Aaron worshiper. I've said many, many times, his job is to market the company to retail. Your job is to be smart enough to read between the lines and not waste time decoding tweets and doing all this nonsense. Understand what his job is. But what would you have done different, knowing that you need to raise cash and that you got the debt holders breathing down your neck? What would you have done different if you were CEO?
It's not about doing something different. What he was doing, I understand what he was doing, is just the timely manner that he was doing it. For example, the whole thing with Ape. Ape comes out and he had an opportunity to sell. I think came out like at $7. They had to run up to $10. Now, I'm not saying he's going to get top dollar. He's not going to get maximum value for Ape. That's understandable. But even at $10, almost hitting 11, I believe, it starts to retrace. He could have still sold and put shares into the market, maybe at $9, $8, still didn't. Now, when it broke beneath when it came out at $7 some change, or I don't know the exact price, but let's call it $7 for this. When it broke that to the downside, so now we're in a $6 range, he still held. He still didn't do nothing. And it got down to $5, he still did nothing. When it got down to $4, he started selling Ape, okay? And not only did he sell it, it actually got pushed all the way down, and then he gives the deal to Antera for 66 cents. Now, having a discussion, again, a lot of my belief is having a conversation with Adam Aaron one-on-one. And people can think whatever you want about this. I've had a conversation with him one-on-one at a movie theater, the middle of the night, 1 o'clock in the morning, whatever time it was. And we talked for about 25 to 30 minutes, asking him questions. People say, again, well, it's not recorded. It's false. Believe whatever you want to believe. The reason why I turned, because the questions that I asked him, he gave me honest, truthful answers. The answers were pretty much simply, he's fucking over retail. It was absolutely disgusting, the answers that he was giving. And the number one answer that he gave when I asked him what happens to the FTDs when the reverse stock split and the conversion come through, and he says they get wiped away, they get sent back. I asked him that question 3 times, and I keep reiterating this. And people call me a liar, they call me a shill. He told me straight to my face. Now, reading body language, being around his presence, come from where I'm from, getting my own personal read on him, he was telling the truth.
He was telling the truth. If you were holding fails to deliver on AMC, and when Ape converted, all of a sudden you had plenty of shares to deliver. He was telling the truth.
Right, he was. I agree. He was telling the truth. But people didn't want to hear the truth. People call
me
a liar.
That I agree with. That I agree with. People don't understand what happened with the FTDs, and they don't like the answer.
Right. So therefore, it's easier to call somebody a shill or a liar or a backstabber or you flip-flop. The reason why I flip-flop, because things change. Conversion, reverse stock split, dilution. It all changes. Nothing's the same about AMC in 2021 to now. Not even 2020. Everything's changed. People don't understand that. They think it's the same company, the same thing, and the same thesis. It doesn't work that way. When there's different scenarios when it comes to a company, a stock, any situation in life, it's like this. It's like you going through life and not changing a damn thing about it, and you live in the exact same way.
All right, Mike.
It doesn't work that way.
Mike, I see someone in the comments saying, I knew this was going to be a dish show. I just want to clarify for all of you, everybody in this call probably owns more shares now than before the reverse split. Mediocre, is that true for you, Stephen? Mike? All of us are shareholders.
I own 500 more shares than I had previously. which is
So you're
and
talking
obviously
to people that
disgusted.
own the stock and are at the moment bullish on the future of the company at this price. We have different opinions about Adam Aaron and what happened and why it happened, and we're going to debate those or talk about them so that everybody's viewpoint can get heard. Mike and I, OTF, owning the float, disagree violently on a lot of stuff, but we can have an adult conversation about it and still be fellow investors. And I don't know, are we friends, Mike? You're not. I
would
don't.
say yes.
You're not my enemy. We have friendly we have friendly conversation, but we disagree on a lot of things, right?
And that's totally okay. And something like you said, it's like being an adult, having a conversation, and not having to degrade each other or talk shit about each other, which we do in Discords. We talk about a lot of things and agree to disagree. Like, for instance, the bet that we have a standing bet right now, friendly wager. It's that Q4 earnings, when they come out next month, that Tony believes that goodwill will be lost between $100 million and less. I think it's going to be $100 million and more. And it's what? I think it's a case of beer for you and a case of Celsius for me or something like that.
Yeah.
Friendly wager. So it's like difference of opinion is fine. That's the problem. Is you say anything negative about AMC, I'm bullish on AMC. I'm pissed off that the price action is the way it is. It really pisses me off because I know Adam Aaron doesn't have control over that, but he had control over decisions that he's made terribly over the last 3 years. He's done nothing but do things he does the right thing at the wrong time constantly, and it affects the price. People see it all over the place.
Yeah.
Right now, in this moment, I hold and I'm bullish on AMC. But what's going on with the price? It's disgusting. It's absolutely 100% disgusting.
That's where I'm still on the fence, Mike, and I'm going to disagree with you. I don't know for a fact. I know you accept it in your view as fact. He made every decision purposely at the wrong time. I'm going to give him a little bit of rope here and say that he's not controlling the price as much as the shorts are. And it's, to a certain extent, he is wanting to raise cash, but victim to the market price of the stock. It is a common topic of debate in our group, whether or not he is complicit in that or not. I don't know that I have the answer to that.
Hey, Tony, I'm going to meet you in float in the middle and say I think he did the bare minimum, meaning he avoided bankruptcy. And I think he did his job from a fiduciary perspective. But if you talk about like a shareholder perspective, I kind of side with Mike on that because there's multiple perspectives to look at it from. I think he did the bare minimum in my view.
Yeah, and that's where I stand. He could have done a lot more, and he chose to do the bare minimum. The absolute most. I'm sorry, man, don't stop the supermarket, but he chose to make decisions for the bare minimum. To just do his fiduciary duties at the bare minimum.
Someone asked me a question the other day. How what do you think, Tony, about his fiduciary duty, of not delivering a short squeeze?
I don't care about short squeeze. That time is long and past.
Oh. Tony, can I say one thing real quick?
Yep.
Look, the Taylor Swift thing, the concert thing, I will give him a credit for that. I don't think people were expecting him to be able to turn a new revenue stream. So to be fair, Adam did do that when he didn't have to. A lot of CEOs will sit there and they'll do nothing, like Bed Bath & Beyond with Mark Triton. There's a lot of CEOs that'll just sit there and watch their cash bleed. And yeah, Adam didn't do, in my opinion, the best job, but he is at least trying. It's just not enough. That's my complaint.
Mark Triton did even worse. He wasted the company's cash on a share buyback, which was meaningless in the long run. I mean, they needed to hold on to that cash. So
I think where Adam and the executives are falling short is not buying their own shares at all-time lows. That is really what irritates me. Like, this stock is trading at 40 cents.
You mean with their personal money? With their personal money or the company money?
What was that?
You're saying that you would like to see them buy shares with their personal money or company money?
Yes. No, their personal money because of how low the stock has fallen. We're talking about down 99% since the highs. We're talking about an all-time low in the entire history of this company. And this is the one time, theoretically, they should buy shares. And it has upset me, you know, that they haven't taken that step.
It would be a good boost of confidence, no doubt. But Adam's sitting on 800,000 shares right now. So I think it's a debatable point. Is he going to put even more of his personal funds on the line when he's sitting on 800,000 shares?
Right. And on top of that, he's increasing the amount of money that he's making, right? Like he's giving himself raises, yet he's not buying the stock. So it just doesn't, from an optic casual perspective, it doesn't look good, right? Like if he took that money or even a piece of it, like you said, it doesn't need to be a lot. Just something to say, I believe in this company, and what better time to do it than now at $4? Instead of putting out a tweet saying, oh, $4.50, look at this. Well, what about it, Adam? You know, like if you're going to call out the price, then, you know what I'm saying, Tony?
Yeah.
There's a middle ground there that can be met.
Yeah,
He doesn't need to load up, but just give us some confidence.
I was not really happy about the basketball anemia tweet. Let's be real about that. I don't know many people that were happy about that. Like, what was the point of that, honestly? But as far as fiduciary duty, his fiduciary duty is to not let the company go bankrupt. And some of the decisions that the board and the execs are going to make to not allow bankruptcy might not work out in our favor in the short term. And if you
One
go,
of the things that I said that Adam Aaron's doing is he's breadcrumbing retail. And what I mean by breadcrumbing, he's doing things on a small scale consistently to make you think that he's doing a great job. Breadcrumbing retail, just constantly Taylor Swifting, and just not going to generate enough money. It's not going to do anything. It's called Beyonce. He's doing just enough to keep people interested. Hey, I got credit cards coming out with candies. None of this stuff is going to pay off debt. He's breadcrumbing. He's just bringing you along over and over.
but Mike,
their job is to actually maximize the amount of money they can take from retail. That's what the job is.
so you don't see all of those as creating incremental revenue, even if it's smaller than some people talk about on Twitter. I look at the executives creating new revenue streams as the exact opposite of someone trying to bankrupt the company.
The company's already going to be bankrupt. Again, this is my opinion. It's a matter of time. Year and a half, 2 years, they will be bankrupt.
All right. So you think that the movie industry is not going to get back to 11 billion domestic?
It has nothing to do with the movie industry. It has to do with Adam Aaron running AMC.
No, it has everything to do with the movie industry, Mike, because profits come from box office, and the box office is not there yet, and it's not going to be there in 2024, but it might be in 2025.
Answer me this question. If you're running the company and the company's profitable and successful, whoever's running the company, CEO, president, whatever it is, they can make decisions to. It only hurts AMC.
You cut off. You said they can make decisions. What?
Sorry, I just switched to the car. So AMC, right? Adam Aaron is a company could be profitable. It could be a great company, but if you have somebody in the wrong position making bad decisions of the company, it could destroy a company. This is what I see Adam Aaron being.
Okay, but you didn't answer my question. Do you think are you bearish on the financial viability of the company because you think without question the domestic box office has no chance of seeing $11 billion? That's the only bear case that I can come up with.
Tony, can I jump in here real quick? I think I know what Mike's saying. I just can say it a little differently.
Okay.
Go ahead. I think what Mike is trying to say is even if everything went right for AMC, like let's assume they were turning profits, let's assume, that everything was going good, Adam Aaron would expand, right? And he would start buying more theaters and he would return to his over-aggressive ways and therefore run the company into the ground regardless, even if everything went right. I think that's what Mike is trying to say because he's been aggressive in the past with his spending. And that's not debatable.
Are we talking about like 2016 to 2018 when they were doing the roll-up strategy?
Yeah, like I think what Mike's trying to say is he's going to roll up even if the movie theater industry rebounds.
I just don't see it. I mean,
I think that's what Mike's trying to say, Mike, right?
The roll-up,
Yes,
the roll-up is complete. I mean, there's no sense in AMC adding another 2,000, 3,000 theaters. They're not profitable at this point. So the only way for them to get profitable is for the domestic box office to increase, which we're anticipating in 2025, or to cut costs by selling Odeon off or closing theaters. There's only two ways out of this: increase top line revenue.
There was also no reason to have dilution after the last earnings when they said it was the best earnings in 100 years.
What do you mean there's no? What do you mean there was no reason?
Give me a second. So after this past earnings, he said it was the best earnings in 100 years, the history of AMC. AMC had momentum. At that moment, why not wait a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks, just a few weeks? Shit, give them a week. Let the stock breathe. Let it run on its own momentum. That type of news would be fantastic. A lot of retail investors were excited. He did not give it 24 hours when he mentioned that. The very next day, boom, dilution, and it plummets the stock. Why? Why did he do that?
Because
he made much more money by just giving it 72 hours. Give it a week.
So here's my logical response, which you might not agree to, but that's fine. But since you asked the question why, those of us that are watching the box office and doing financial forecasts think that the company is going to lose money in Q4 and Q1, and that there was going to be a lot of negative news articles that were going to drive the price down anyways. And so he jumped on it to raise cash while he still had a little bit of upper hand before all that bad news started happening, to load up the balance sheet with cash to survive 2024. That's my answer.
Okay. So then, therefore, at that moment, he does not care what retail thinks.
You're correct.
Okay. So then answer this question. When I spoke with him and I asked him, why didn't he sell Ape at a higher price? His answer was because he didn't want retail to think that they were driving the price down. He didn't want retail to think that they lowered the price or they dropped the price. So therefore, they sat on their hands for 1 month before they did anything.
Yeah,
that contradicts him. My point is,
I heard him say that, and I don't know, I don't know if I believe that or not, Mike. I heard him say that answer too.
And that's my point, is he does all the wrong things at the right time, not for the best interest of the company. He does it for the best interest of himself and the people he rubs elbows with. So having him on board and running AMC, there's no other choice other than he leaves, he gets a heart attack and leaves, some type of medical emergency, and he's out. Might be, something that they might plan. Shit, I don't know. I'm just being conspiracy theorists now. But I do not see AMC being any good with him there. Now, is there money to be made on AMC? Yes, is the reason why I'm in the play. But call me cynical, call me outlandish, having as much money as I have in AMC and still talking the way I talk about AMC. It's frustrating. It's not about the money. It's about what's right and what's going on.
All right,
people say, well, just leave.
Let's switch to a positive topic let's switch to a positive for a couple minutes, because I don't want everybody to think that we are negative on this play. I added 500 more shares last week. I think more now than I did before the reverse split. And I know most of your guys' position, roughly how much you own. Many of you multiples X more than I own. And I know that you guys own the stock now, not because you're bearish on the stock. So let's talk about what we think is going to play out over the coming weeks or months or quarters. What we're bullish about, what we're anticipating, and what we're worried about. And Mediocre, you haven't spoke for a while, so I'm going to let you start off.
Tony, you got to give him and I co-host. I don't think he can talk right now.
He can talk.
Just as listener.
Mediocre
can talk. Steven needs a co-host, and Steven needs a co-host.
There's it only allows me to do 2 co-hosts.
All right, you can give him mine.
All right,
that's fine.
Yeah. So Tony, I'll just close that out real quick. I agree with what Mike is saying. Like, there was a lot of excitement because the writer's strike had just ended. Adam made a tweet about how it was a good thing that the writer's strike was ended. It was a moment where retail felt somewhat at least I can say for myself, positive about it, because we had just gone through like 8 months of writer's strike, and he didn't wait. And I get it. Look, like the balance sheet is upside down, right? Like I get it why he did it. It just was a punch in the gut that I don't think people were ready for. And he could have waited a little longer, but I understand he had to start addressing the balance sheet, because I understand why he did it. It just hurt, right? But going forward, it's a little different now, because the balance sheet's a little different.
We had like negative $1 billion working capital on the balance sheet. And I know not enough people talk about the balance sheet, and you can't ignore that, because that's how Wall Street is evaluating the company.
Right.
Not only the balance sheet, but the cash position and anticipated quarterly earnings and cash burn, or, pocketing cash. They're looking at all of that. They're not looking at the stuff we're looking at. And the balance.
I would like to hope, Tony, that he had some kind of knowledge, right? And this is a stretch, but I would like to hope that he had some kind of knowledge where he knew maybe that the price was going to fall after earnings, so that's why it justified it. But of course, we will never know the answer. And it's okay. I mean, I look at it more, the play is a lot different today than it was in November. And I think that's a good topic for we can go forward with the audience, because it's a lot different today than it was at the time he hit that dilution button.
Mediocre, can you talk? Is his speaker working? His mic?
It says listener on his name.
I see him as co-host.
I
see him as co-host, but I haven't heard him talk in a while.
Hey, how do I?
Maybe he needs to drop down and come back. Up in the Twitter, I see him as listener. On my screen, I see him as co-host. I'm going to resend him the co-host.
He needs to request to speak, and then I can give it to him.
All right, so Stephen, let's talk about bullish case. Like, what are you? The market cap is $1 billion. The price is $4. What are you bullish about? Why are you buying at these levels, and what are you worried about?
Okay. Well, I own more shares now than I've ever owned. A lot of people know I've been here a long time. I have picked and chosen my spots very carefully. I like to look at AMC and APE, or this whole situation, as where is the value, right? It was obvious to me when they came out with the preferred equity that the value moved into APE. So I moved into APE with it. In the court documents, it said that there was pre-collapse common shares. That kind of spooked me, right, Tony? So yep. I just started to kind of follow the bigger money. I started reading the filings like you have taught us in some ways. And I think the value right now, personally, is the moment they started doing those debt for equity swaps. I don't know if they sold them instantly or if they're still holding them. But if somebody out there, is my mindset, is willing to hold possibly up to 12 million shares, we don't know the details, that gives me a positive outlook on the stock going forward. Somebody sees value in the company. I know a lot of analysts don't, but I think we're at that level where it's almost hard to ignore at this price. We're talking 40 cents pre-split. I know the company has bent its shareholders in the name of survival, because that's pretty much what it is. However, I do believe the shareholder who enters the stock today, and I know this kind of hurts for people who have been in the play a long time, they are getting a smoking deal. And that can't be ignored, right? That's how the market works. It punishes people who hold long-term in struggling companies. But if you can get the stock at a point where it can't be ignored, and that's how I feel right now, because what makes me bullish, Tony, is the fact that Adam was stripped of the movies in 24, right? For the most part.
Because of the strike?
The strike it had extending consequences. But what makes me bullish is if you actually look at because I pay attention to the Hollywood, I pay attention to movies. If you look at the movies that he was stripped on, they're already completed or they're very close to being completed. So even though filming was delayed, he still has a stack of movies on his desk ready to go for 25.
Yep.
And just like, I'm big on the box office domestic revenue like you. I believe that it's a no-brainer assuming we don't get a COVID or we don't get a political shakeup, let's just call it that, it's inevitable that AMC is going to turn more profits. And if he keeps closing down underperforming theaters, obviously, that benefits the balance sheet. That benefits the way it looks going forward. He can possibly generate profits, and it doesn't look like he's a cash burning machine. Because, you and I both know, if you don't know anything about AMC and you just look at the balance sheet and you just look at what he's done in the last 2 years, it looks like he's just using shareholders to pay his bills, right? And nobody wants to feel used. And that's why the share price has been getting clobbered, because he needs to, at some point, make money with profits from the movies, right? And he needs to restore that confidence. And I believe once that time comes, when he's ready to unleash all those movies, the confidence will be restored. So what are we talking about? Like, within a year, right? I have personally 4x'd my position on AMC this year because I do not believe that the price will be what it currently is by the end of this year. You know what I'm saying, Tony?
Yeah, I think one thing that we all share in common on this panel is our time frame that we're looking at is 2025, not next month or next quarter. Because we know what 2024 is projected to be. Now, do we hope it's going to be better than projections? Of course. Do we hope that he has more concerts or other surprises? Yeah, we hope that. But we don't plan our trades based on hope. We plan based on what the industry analysts are projecting, because that is what is reasonable to do.
And Tony, I do believe at some point there will be analyst upgrades on AMC, right?
As we get closer to the end of this year, I think so, yeah.
Correct. So, the market prices in what's happening now. That's how the market works. It's not going to price in 25, but you want to get a price on any stock. This isn't just AMC, at when the company is visibly undervalued. I don't think anybody would say that the company is extremely overvalued at $4. Even the most bearish people, like sites like Seeking Alpha, they recently have been changing their tune, saying that, hey, what if any of these movies in 24 overperform? The market's going to get caught off guard.
Yep.
And every year, Tony, there's always about 1 to 5 titles that nobody sees coming, like Barbie, Oppenheimer type stuff, where social media gets a buzz. And I'm not saying that's for sure, but for 24, but it's always a possibility that movies overperform, right? So I think personally, it is my opinion, the market has unfairly given AMC too low of projections for 2024. So I think that sometime this year there's going to be a surprise, and eventually you're not going to get that all-time low price anymore. Like, stocks don't fall forever. Even when you've been diluted, they still don't fall forever. And I think we're at that point with AMC where it can't go much lower. And I have reasons for that, but I'm not going to go there. All I'm going to say is I think that AMC will be trading somewhere between $7 and $11 in November, December, right? Like, when we come to turn over the new year. So, like, this time right now, it's kind of like the darkest before the dawn. That's the way I view it. And that's why I 4x'd my position. I just don't see it going much lower. And it's because, to me, Tony, it's inevitable that he's going to be given a golden parachute. Adam Aaron and AMC will be given a golden parachute next year. And, I mean, that's the way I look at it. So I hope that answered it.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Stephen, that, I don't know exactly what's going to happen in the next month, next quarter, next several months. But I think that if I expand my timeline to 2025 and assume that the box office is going to grow to, let's say, the 10.5 billion mark, remains to be seen if that happens. But if it does, that people are going to get caught off guard, and the amount of contrarian views and people that are down on this play is actually, to me, almost signaling a bottom. Like you were saying, Stephen, didn't you have a friend that just came into this play that's never been in AMC before? Was that you? Someone was telling me a story about one of their friends just bought into AMC because it was so
Can you
cheap.
hear me, Tony?
Yeah, I can now.
Okay, I was saying, I think AMC, and this is kind of a rough reality, people view AMC from the moment they bought, right? Like, let's just call it what it is. So if you bought AMC at 40, you're going to have a different attitude from someone who buys it at 4. And that's just the harsh reality of all stocks. So you have to look at it objectively, and stocks are valued based on future earnings. Would you agree, Tony?
Absolutely.
Right. It's not about what they report on their earnings today. It's about what can we expect going forward. And AMC in the last year has been going through a hard time. That's why they did the preferred equity and they did all the little tricks and all that stuff. But I believe that the hardest part of AMC has already passed. Like, the most negative shit has already happened in my view. Massive dilution. You have him outsourcing shares. You have tricks with Ape, right? Tricks with hedge funds. You have a lot of stuff that occurred in the name of survival. And I know people hate that. But personally, the way I think Adam Aaron looks at this situation is, hey, it's better to be down 99% than 100%, right? He looks at survival as the victory lap, as long as he's surviving, right? And I believe that the worst has already happened with AMC. I don't think it could get any worse. I do believe, Tony, within the next 2 to 3 years, AMC will not be a meme stock anymore. It will be just like a Cinemark, right, that trades at a fundamental value. And the short thesis will go away because they'll hit their pre-pandemic number. Once they hit pre-pandemic profits, there's no meme stock about AMC. It's just a normal stock. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Steven, someone asked if you have a Twitter account they can follow you on.
Yeah, I'm this one, the Bad Ape 77.
The Bad Ape 77.
But Tony, I know you talked about revenue earlier. Revenue is already really close to pre-pandemic levels. And I do believe that he's going to hit the revenue mark first. He's going to tout that. But then the profits will come when he gets all the movies at once. And that's assuming it takes a year. What if out of nowhere he gets the green light from Hollywood to start pulling back major titles to 2024? So it isn't all a waiting game. There are several bullish catalysts that could occur with the stock, and we can get into that later. But for the most part, I would go to bat with anybody saying that I think the worst has already passed. Like, the hurricane already happened. With we call it the Oppenheimer in our circle, with the conversion, reverse split, all the tricks. I think at some point you have to return equity to shareholders, and they're very close to doing that.
So, Steven, why do you think that Adam Aaron is not giving us right now the positive news that we want? I have my thoughts, but I'm curious if any of you guys have thoughts.
The positive news.
People want positive news right now. Like, why is he not giving us any positive news?
Well, okay, this is my opinion. I think Adam Aaron is not your average CEO. I think he knows a lot of insider information when it comes to Hollywood. He has deep ties with these actors, the producers, the directors. So I think he's holding on to a lot of information that he has not disclosed to retail. And I think he's going to essentially dump it all at once. If you look at Adam Aaron's patterns, he does this where he stays quiet for a while, and then when it comes time to run up the stock, all of a sudden he just unleashes announcement after announcement. And they recently issued themselves shares on the 10th, and we'll get into it later, Tony, but extending the credit line is really important for AMC because it allows them to, make more moves, and having more cash is important. I just think Adam, he's not going to give you good news until he has a pile of movies on his desk. He's not going to flex to Wall Street until he can flex in the ways they want to see, right? Like Tony, like if you have $25 million right now, right, and you have a choice to invest in AMC, are you going to do it now when it's at its all-time low, or are you going to do it when you know for a fact this guy's sitting on 500 movies, right? Like, they want to see the actions first before big money comes in, and I don't think he's ready yet. I think we're a little early, I think that they're going to come in when he starts to show you. I mean, think about what's coming next year. You got Avatar 3. I would implore any AMC investor to truly analyze the 2025 box office. I think we're just early.
This price is giving you, this is a golden egg. If you're bullish on AMC and you're not buying at this price, you're missing out on a gift.
So there's a couple of things that, I mean, we're all bullish. We're buying in this range, everybody that's on this panel right now, but there are a couple things that we're watching because we are, we do analyze the pros and the cons so that we can forecast any gotchas, any potential gotchas. And the ones we're watching is I tweeted about this yesterday, the debt covenant renewal. AMC's on its 12th debt covenant waiver. So if you're in default, the lenders can bankrupt you, they can foreclose, or they can give you a waiver of you being in default. We're on our 12th waiver. So I find it odd when people say the lenders want to bankrupt the company. Adam Aaron wants to bankrupt the company when they've done 12 debt covenant waivers. And we're likely to get the 13th here coming up because there's a deadline of March 31st. And last year, the debt covenant waiver was signed around this time, extending the waiver for another 12 months. So that's something I want to see get cleared up to give me a little more clarity on the play, take one more worry off my plate. But for any of you that say that lenders or the execs want to bankrupt the company, why do they keep signing deals to waive being in default? Ask yourself that honestly.
The debt holders, if they go bankrupt, they're not going to get their money back.
They're not going to get their interest, and they're going to lose part of their debt. Yes, because the assets are less than the debt, the liabilities. So that
repaying their debt, people are like worried about that. I'm not worried about that because the debt holders are going to renegotiate with them.
Yeah,
otherwise,
I mean, that's very low on my totem pole of things to worry about since they've already signed 12 of them over the preceding years. I think that getting the next one is probably a lock, but it's still something that I'm watching. And then the other thing that I'd like to see resolved, and I think Wall Street too, to get some positive price action, is the day where we hear that the 2026 debt has been renegotiated and pushed out. I tend to think that it'll be around the middle of this year. Markets with May said maybe they'll wait till the end of the year if they think that the interest rate environment is going to improve. Then it would be logical, that maybe they wait longer in the year to try and get a better deal. But I think as those things get off the plate of everybody who's watching them worry, then you get more institutional investors saying, okay, it's getting safer to step in this play and to hold it or to buy it. Because that's really what we're lacking right now. Retail is for the most part back in this play, but institutions are kind of taking I think they're still on the sidelines, a lot of them.
Well, we've done the math, and it's a fact that retail owns the float.
I know that sounds like a trite saying, Grandpa, right? Retail owns the float. A lot of people hate when we say that, but if you take, what do we have, 250 million shares or so right now, and divide that even by 1 million investors, let's say there's not 3 million. Let's just say there's 1 million. That means we each need to be holding 250 shares. And I know it's very anecdotal, but most people I know hold far more than 250 shares. So I think that's what you mean, Grandpa, when you say we own the float, right? Even if we totally degrade the number of retail shareholders, not 3 million, not 2 million, just 1 million, maybe even less.
I mean,
hey, Tony, there's a guy ending here. He's a request. You want to let him speak? Give him his 60 seconds, see what he has to say?
Sure. Just a reminder, if you're coming up, it's going to be 60 seconds to ask your question or to make your point. Be adult, no insulting, no cursing. This is not a drama space call like all the other ones.
Be ready, Andy. We're gonna let you up, man.
Andy, what's on your
Hello,
mind?
everyone.
An-
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, hi there. I've been holding AMC right from the start, sort of like 2021. I got into it as a sort of potential squeeze play, and obviously there was all the hype back then. And my personal opinion is I think that basically, obviously after GameStop, I think that the Wall Street didn't really learn their lesson, and they all piled into AMC. And my opinion is that if AMC was to squeeze, it would cause systemic risk to the system. And obviously they couldn't have another GameStop. So I do believe that the CEO has been compromised. I do believe that he panders to investors, and he does give us little bits of good news here and there. But I do remember. I think we were putting some proper pressure on the shorts before the reverse split. I remember when the cost to borrow was 1,000%, and then obviously once Judge Zorn blocked the initial the settlement, the price doubled, and then the next day Adam Aaron came out with a letter talking about bankruptcy. I thought that was extremely suspicious, and yeah, I do think that it's all about they can't have another GameStop, but I do think this play is a lot bigger than people can imagine. I think it's probably larger than GameStop, and I'm not surprised that the CEO has been compromised. I mean, like I said, the government, they can't let this happen again. They couldn't have another GameStop, so I do think that the board are working against us to keep the price down. But anyway, I appreciate you letting people come on and have let them express different opinions than other people. So that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, I think he sounds like he's in your camp, OTF.
Yeah.
It's not about, it's just what's out there. I mean, we're not making stuff up. It's just what's out there to be seen. We're just speaking on it. And that's something that people don't do. And I said this before, people don't do that because they don't want the backlash. They don't want the negativity. And they want to continue doing what they're doing because something that Steven said yesterday when we were talking personally amongst ourselves was that AMC has become a business for influencers. It's become a business where they can get money every single month. Tony, you know yourself personally, is that when you make videos about other things, people don't want to hear that shit. People don't want to see it. The viewership goes way low. And so a lot of people, you get other YouTubers, other influencers, they keep banging on the AMC to the moon because it pays the bills, it gets them money, it gives them the monetization every single month. That's a problem. I think that's an issue.
Yeah. But to address Andy's point, like, I don't think we're going to change any minds, and that's not the purpose of today's space call. Either you think that the CEO is working against you or you think he's working for you, and no one's going to change any minds on this call. Really, what we want to talk about is what are we going to do going forward in this play? Because you have two choices, right? You can either get out of the play. If you think they're working against you, why would you hold? Or if you believe that the company and the box office can recover, then let's talk about what is, as traders or investors, what is our plan going forward? What are we worried about? What are we bullish about?
I think personally, also for a bullish scenario, as you were saying, is that I believe that AMC, and I would like to believe that AMC reaches the bottom or has reached the bottom. And before earnings, I would like to see it pop to the upside. I still think, and I still believe you say about 4 or 5 weeks before earnings is out. I still believe there's some type of push to the upside. He comes out with some debt restructuring. He comes out with some good news because we know earnings is not going to be good news. But if he can do something like that and have a pop to the upside, I think that's great. It's a start. And maybe we have a reversal to some degree. But, I disagree again. I think Steven said this is the tweet that he put out with Joel Embiid. Stuff like that is become an issue. It's a problem. Like, what's the need for it? We already know he's part of the 76ers. That's fine. Just keep it about the 76ers.
Yeah.
What do you got to say at anything about the movie industry? It's those little things, Tony, that really just drive it home for me. And it's like, come on, man. If you put it about the 76ers and Joel Embiid, hey, cool. God bless you. Fine. It's a great night. Amazing. But
yeah, I don't understand that tweet either. Beverly says, what about the fear of another COVID as we go into this year? Are any of you guys worried about that?
Well, I think what she's referring to is that there's a lot of rumors out there. I mean, not again, I'm not going to get all political, but they're talking about the WF, you got the X and all those other things, right? Anything's possible. You got possible war out there. Something that Stephen said is that you got a political hailstorm possibly towards the middle or ending this year. A lot of things that can affect the movie theater industry. These are the scenarios that you can't predict. These are scenarios that you don't know when it's going to happen. It's just going to happen, unfortunately, as well as among any other things when it comes to the stock market. So it's like, how do you play it? What do you do? And that's why I say, if you're bullish, again, even though I talk negative about Adam Aaron for the short term, not looking 2025, I'm bullish on the stock because I think there's a bottom. I don't want to see it break 401, but I think there's money to be made within the next 5 weeks before earnings. I truly believe that is the reason why I'm here. Is the reason why we've had discussions, being bullish over the next 5 weeks. Now, when it comes to earnings, and earnings is a disaster potentially, then obviously you got to adjust with the times. And this is what I'm talking about. Retail needs to put more emphasis on learning about what's going on behind the scenes, or what's going on, or even reading the 10 Qs, or reading information, gathering information, as opposed to just looking at a tweet and be like, okay, we're going to squeeze and go to the moon. That's it. And then look again. And then get pissed off when something happens. We got to educate ourselves more. And one thing I said too is the fact that if you're the same investor that you were when you first bought in, no matter when it was, that nothing hasn't changed, you haven't learned anything, that's a you issue.
Yeah,
you gotta put money and time into your investment.
That's been something that as I've watched these other communities, Mike, like Mullen, Bed Bath and Beyond, BBIG. I mean, the list goes on and on. They did not pay attention to the financials. They did not pay attention to the 10 Qs. They did not pay attention to upcoming dilution. And they just bought and hold and kept buying and buying and buying all the way to bankruptcy. And you guys need to wake up and read the damn filings, understand the financials, and be willing to change your strategy, #evolve. If you think something's coming that might negatively affect you, you might want to consider changing your strategy. And if you don't want to, I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm not talking even AMC. I'm talking about any money losing company that you're invested in. If you have a pattern of writing stuff to zero, you might want to get a little more educated and listen to some different sources of information, even if they don't agree with what you've been taught in 2021. We're in 2024 now. And you guys have watched all these other companies get rode into bankruptcy. I don't think that's in the short-term cards for AMC.
Did you just say to have a pattern of writing things to zero?
Yes. I mean, there's a lot of people that have ridden everything to zero, and I've lost a lot of viewers because I said you got to get out of MMTLP at 11. You got to get out of Bed Bath and Beyond when Ryan Cohen sold, which was the day I sold. You got to get out of BBIG because I'm reading the filings and I see what's coming. And I said for a year going into the reverse split for AMC that the case was going to get settled in AMC's favor, and that might not turn out to the best interest of retail when that conversion and the dilution that we knew was coming happened. I can't just sit here and tell you, oh, you need to sell, because I can't give you trading advice, but I can tell you what I think is going to happen. And then you can read it or you can not read it. You can listen to whoever you want and make your own decisions. But I think a lot of people have the blinders on in all of these plays, and they're not willing to look at the filings and digest what it really means. And to get back to Beverly's point, if there were another COVID, I'm out of this play. I'm not going to write it down to 10 cents. Like you saw what happened in 2020 to everything. Everything is going to get obliterated. So am I worried about another COVID? Not really. But if it happens, I already know what I'm going to do with all my stocks.
Right. Let me ask you this, Tony. Do you think that the bottom is in when it comes to AMC?
I think we're very close, Mike, unless the only thing that I'm worried about in the short term, and I'm every morning and every afternoon, I'm refreshing the SEC website. I'm worried about another 8K debt for equity swap. Even though I think if I had to do a probability analysis, I think probability tells me that he got all of that done at the end of Q4 by the end of December so that he could get the numbers he wanted for the upcoming earnings. And that my probability analysis tells me they're more than likely done with that for the short term. So I think we're close to the bottom, unless there's some, bad news that I'm not anticipating. But I'm watching that $4 price just like you are. Like that's a psychological, I'd like to not go below $4 because I'm worried about what happens with people's psychology if we do.
Right. I agree with you there. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Yeah, I don't want to see it break $4. I think if it breaks $4, it becomes something that people don't want to see, and that's a problem. That's just downside. That's maybe it can break a lot of people even further, break them down even further, and it's unfortunate.
Someone in the comments said,
ask for their money.
Someone in the comments is asking, are you guys worried about another reverse split? I'd like to give each of you a chance to talk on that.
Absolutely not.
Grandpa says no.
He's got too many shares.
Well, one thing with Adam Aaron, he's unpredictable. You can't predict about what he's going to do. And I think that's something that obviously it's a wild card. I think he's greedy. So when Steven talks about, again, being a run-up, that he has shares that they want to get their money, that's why I believe there's a run-up. There might be a push to the upside in the future before earnings.
But he's got 250 million more shares he could sell, Steve. I don't see the need for a reverse split, but I could be wrong. Like I've been wrong before on a couple things. I'm curious what Mediocre thinks. And it looks like Steven dropped off. Mediocre, I sent you a speaker. I'm going to bring Jeffrey up. Just turn on your mic when you get the speaker there, Mike. Jeffrey, what's on your mind, Jeffrey?
Jeffrey's on mute right now.
Sorry about that. Apologies. So open disclosure, I'm one of Tony's subscribers on YouTube. So I'm not going to speculate on, where the stock price goes. But I think there's, there's a critical sort of thing that AMC can do to improve their operations. I've been to AMCs in Miami and New York City, and there's countless of times I'm there. There's lots of employees sitting around on their phones, and there's a whole long line in the concession stand with one person working. I've seen this many times. I think management really needs to go ahead and have a look at this. And then I compare it to somewhere like, I spent a lot of time in Helsinki, Finkino, which is their version over here, their brand in Finland, and everything's so efficient. So I think like if the profits come from the concession stands and they don't have the sort of operations in check, I think that's an easy sort of, or an easy fix if they can get it right.
So
to get people working.
Jeffrey, here's how I address that as a investor and owner of the company. And I don't know if you've done this, but if I'm not happy with something I see in a theater, I will ask to speak to the manager.
I've done that.
And I will shoot off a DM or a tweet to investor relations, an email.
I did that too. I wrote an email. So
okay.
I guess, and the response that I got was essentially, that wasn't dismissive, but it was, these are kind of kids that are actually going ahead and working. It was, I think, Merriweather that I ended up emailing. These are kids, they're kind of like the first time job. And like,
yeah, but the managers in these theaters should be held accountable.
Agree.
Right.
Yeah.
So we need to call the managers of the carpet if something's not happening, and you need to tell them that you guys need to fucking fix this. I'm an owner of the company. I'm a stockholder, and I am going to be escalating what I see happening here to the higher ups that I know, and you can count on that.
100%.
So next time I come here, I want to see this fixed. This is not
Well,
acceptable.
That's what I did, and I'm sharing it here. So hopefully other people go ahead and do
Yeah,
that.
guys, don't be scared in your local theater or any company you own. If something is not going well, stand up for yourself. Make your voice heard.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sure kids in Finland have a different mindset as to the lazy ass kids here with no respect. I think that has a big thing to do with it, because a lot of kids here, they feel entitled, like they deserve shit that they don't deserve. It's just a generational thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely cultural things, but then you look at other sort of brands, and I've been to Chick-fil-A, and whenever I'm there, everyone's so friendly and like, they make me feel welcome. So there's definitely, a possibility about, who you hire and how you train. So it's just a thought. And if people hear this, maybe it's something that we can kind of,
I think it might
push for better operations.
There might be there's some regional within the U.S. Differences in how employees handle themselves too. Like in Texas, everything's for the most part spotless. There's occasionally a broken toilet or something that I'm not happy about, but they remember me when I come in the theater. They know what drink that I want before I even order it. And there's generally no waiting ever for anything. Even if there's a lot of people, they're on it. The biggest problem I've had here locally is that, that the McGuffin's bars aren't staffed every night in the evenings. And I think they should be, but it's hard to hire people here unless you're willing to really pay high wages. So that might be something that we're struggling with here in Austin.
Tony, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Finally. Welcome back.
Man, I've wanted to chime in for a while.
All right. Unload on us. What you got, mediocre?
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to go back over all the stuff that I missed, to be honest.
Go back over it, bro. Let's go. Come on, man. We ain't sitting here fucking. Let's go.
Actually, Flo, there was something I wanted to talk about, like when you were talking about Adam Aaron. And like, I'm not an Adam Aaron hater. Personally, you know that we've had this conversation, you and I, but I personally don't care so much about what Adam Aaron does or says or whatever. Because I don't think it much matters, but that's just my opinion. Others have a different opinion of that. But I do think when he was going around on the tour, that his goal was to keep retail invested in AMC so that he could dilute them. I do have that opinion of it. Whether it was slimy or not is a different story. I don't really care to discuss that. My only point that I wanted to say is I realized that late, and what I wanted to say is several of us on this panel have met face-to-face with Adam Aaron. I did. I know Massalorian did because he was with me at the time I met him. I know that Steven met him.
I met him.
I know that you met him.
Yep.
And I know
and
that
so
Tony met
did
him.
Owning the Float.
Exactly. And so, I mean, I'm just going to say I met face-to-face with him, and I realized late after I had met him what he was doing, which allowed me to protect my position, right? Same with, I believe that Float had the same issue, right? But I didn't realize that at the time, what was going on. I'm not going to trash Adam Aaron. He's going to do what he has to do to benefit the company as a CEO, right? To keep it afloat. Do I think he rubs elbows and helps people? Of course I do. And I think it's going to happen again. I think the vicious cycle is going to happen again. I have a longer outlook. I think it probably transpires more in 2025, but I'm just going to protect myself and understand what the hell has been going on, right? And I think I encourage people to look into situations and to dig deep into the fundamentals and the corporate actions that moves the stock certain ways. And is it done in a way that is slimy? It could be. That's for you to make your own decision on. I'm not here to convince anybody or anything like that. I'm just here to talk about my experience and what I come to realize as a trader. Now I do, because I know this came up. Tony asked like about shares. I own probably 5 times more shares now than I did in 2021. You know, I mean, I own a lot of shares now. But whatever, some people, I don't know what they hold or what they don't hold. And that's for people to make their own decision, right? I personally believe we're at the bottom, but could it break lower? Absolutely. If we don't get any news from Adam Aaron or any corporate action that can move the stock price up, which I think is coming in my personal opinion, but
I think mediocre. You kind of take a dispassionate view of what Adam Aaron is doing, kind of like I do. Like he's doing what he needs to not bankrupt the company. And I know that's a very controversial statement because a lot of people are convinced he's trying to bankrupt the company. I see that he's doing the exact opposite. He's not trying to bankrupt the company, but and by not bankrupting it, he's taken the very necessary steps to ensure there's adequate liquidity and the balance sheet is fixed. He's doing everything the opposite of trying to bankrupt. But
right.
The but is it might not work out in your favor in the short term if you don't realize that. That's kind of what you're saying, right?
That's exactly what I'm saying, right? As a shareholder, right? And Adam Aaron's defense is going to be, well, if the balance sheet's better, the stock price is going to move up.
Eventually.
Okay.
Eventually, it's going to move up.
And that's what he's been saying, which is you know, a true statement. But as a shareholder, it's not really going to help you if you're a buy and hold type of person. You follow what I'm saying? Like if you're still holding from 2021 and you've done nothing, I think you're in trouble. That's my personal opinion, but you know, I'm not trying to pick on anybody or anything like that. Like, I'm not telling anybody to make a move or anything like that. I'm saying people really need to look at what has happened with the company.
And I think there needs to be more people willing to be open-minded. You know, there was a reason that I sold before the reverse split, and a lot of people got mad at me. But I had been saying for a year that was going to happen. It was going to get approved. The court case was going to get resolved. The conversion was going to happen, and we knew they were going to dilute. And you know what typically happens when they're going to dilute. So I stepped out of the play for a couple of weeks. That was my choice to preserve my capital and then buy back in after the price dropped.
Correct. And the thing is we realized, and we put the information out there in a way for people to understand, right? Whether they did anything or didn't want to believe us or whatever, that's not our problem, right? Like I'm not here. I just want to have the conversation and open dialogue with people so that they can understand what we see and what we're talking about, right? And why we think this way. Not, you know, but the other thing that came up, I forgot what I was just going to say, but something came up about, I don't remember. I forgot. Never mind. I'll think of it.
What do you have I don't want to get into price targets, but do you think we're close to a bottom? You own 5 times more shares now than you did in 2021. Why are you buying in this range? What are you bullish about? What are you worried about?
Okay, so I'm extremely bullish about the box office, and I can explain why, right? And this is the problem that people don't want to understand. The box office correlates to cash on the balance sheet, okay, and becoming profitable. If you don't have any movies to see in movie theaters, or movies that are not great and not making money in the movie theaters, you're not going to have any revenue to put on the balance sheet. So you're going to be short on money. You're going to be coming out of pocket, which is why Adam Aaron was diluting in the first place, because he knows he can't make it through 2024 based on the box office.
He couldn't make it through 2024 with 400 million on the balance sheet in cash, right?
Exactly. He's not. His expenses outweigh what he's going to make based on box office numbers.
But now we're close to $1 billion on the balance sheet by my rough calculations in cash.
Yep. And so the other side of that is, if you look at what happened with the movie theater industry, which nobody ever talks about, we do, but other people don't talk about it, is, with the actor strike and the writer strike and all that bullshit, right? That took 6 months of not making movies. Okay. So all the movies that were supposed to be in 2024 got moved to 2025. Guess what that creates?
Positive cash flow.
I mean, it's common sense that we're talking about here. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but do I think the market's corrupt? 100%. I've already been down that, right? The whole market, it's not only AMC. The market doesn't run based on AMC. And I'm not trying to get people upset with me or anything like that, but the market's not turning around just on AMC. Like, AMC is what is, if the market crashes, AMC's going to, whatever they think. I don't want to get into it, but that's just, to me, it doesn't have a lot of common sense involved in it.
What about GameStop?
It doesn't matter what stock you're in.
Is the market dependent on GameStop, Mediocre?
Oh my God. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't get it.
Every freaking retail community that I peek in on thinks the market is dependent on their stock. They're the one that's going to crash the market and bring everything down.
As a big shareholder of GameStop, I don't think that's the case.
Thank you for being a voice of common sense, owning the float. No one stock is now, when GameStop was 140% short and you had institutions that were on the verge of going bankrupt, that was a different thing, right, Mike?
At the time, yes.
We're not 140% short on GameStop right now.
A lot has changed, but I think something that I said before, I think this earnings call for GameStop is going to have a pretty big impact on the future of GameStop coming up in March.
I hope so. I'm looking.
This is not a GameStop channel or stuff, but I have big dreams and big future. Not no more ass and squeeze and life changing money. Just a good amount of money to be made on GameStop, in my opinion. And holding the position that I do I'm excited for the future of GameStop.
We'll do a call on a different day about GameStop, and I do own some at today's price, at Friday's price. So my basis is at the current price on GameStop. If it goes lower before earnings, I'll buy a little more.
I don't usually talk about GameStop because I don't own the stock at all. I don't even really look at the stock, to be totally honest.
All right, let's get back on AMC. I was just adding that in because a lot of people think that GameStop is going to crash the entire market. We're not in 2021 anymore, guys. It's not 140% short. Do we want to talk about? Do we want to talk about? Do we dare get into this? How GameStop was well over 100% short, and that was besides the fact that it was undervalued when Keith Gill was looking at it, and the short interest, and the STEM money that came in 2021, and people piling into that play to cause a short squeeze.
Can I ask you a question, Tony?
Yeah, but let me just finish my question and then you can answer your question. You don't need to answer just yet, but let me finish setting this up. Somehow after that, the discussion pivoted to synthetics, naked shorts, FTDs, a different price in the dark pools. We created the tokens, synthetic tokens. We created this whole new set of due diligence. I'm just curious what your guys' thoughts on that are. So that's my question. And Mediocre, go ahead and ask your question.
I wanted to ask you on your research on Keith Gill when you were doing research on him. Was he talking about any of the things you just mentioned about synthetics?
Absolutely
dark pool,
not. Absolutely not.
What was he talking about, Tony?
He was talking about the financial analysis of the company, the fundamentals, the fact that there were new consoles coming out, and that he thought the company was going to see an upswing, that Wall Street had it wrong, and that the price, it was clearly undervalued in terms of book value. I think the market cap, I forget if the market cap was lower than the cash they had on hand. There was some fundamental undervalue of GameStop back then in late 2020 when he started talking about it. And
the reason I bring this up is because the market in general, in my opinion, is corrupt in many ways, right? Like, I'm no fan of short sellers, I'll just say. And if you look at how many retail short sellers there are versus retail longs, there's way more retail longs than there ever is retail shorts. And the reason for that is they make it hard for retail to short stocks, right? Or equities for that matter. And I guess what I'm trying to say is they do that for a reason, because they don't want retail shorting stocks. They want to take retail's money. And I think driving stocks to bankruptcy is the goal, and I think it's a corrupt thing to do. Now all companies are worth investors' money, right? Some of them should go bankrupt on their own, and I think that they get pushed into bankruptcy because they're not profitable and stuff like that. I think that's what they were trying to do with GameStop, and it didn't work. And they were trying to do with AMC, and it didn't work, because retail did step in and go long on it. But the way the market mechanics are, it allows short sellers to do that. And you're talking about changing market mechanics and stuff like that, and I don't think the SEC is willing to do that, because they're in the pocket of all these rich people who are profiting from all that. And I think that people don't want to actually talk about exactly what I just said. They'd rather just talk about conspiracy stuff.
I see someone, I think it was Anthony in the chat, talked about the shorts are just self-reported numbers, so we can't believe it. And that goes back to this whole DD, second level DD that started some point after the GameStop squeeze. I have been very consistent on my channel of only talking about the reported short interest. Like, I acknowledge that there might be other things that we don't know about, right? There could be. That'd be a bonus for me. But all of my trading decisions, or the reason that I'm in any of these plays, is only based off the reported short interest. And that's why I'm very easily able to not be emotional about the play, because I get it. If you bought into the idea that there's trillions of synthetics, or I heard someone say the other day, quadrillions. If there were quadrillions of shorts, that means,
I know who said that.
If there were quadrillions of shorts that they are finding locates for, that means each one of you own 333,000 shares, because they would have had to sell those to you. That is physically impossible. None of you own 3 million people don't own 330,000 shares. Let's just be real about the math. So I'm perfectly fine with analyzing plays off of the reported short interest. Is it exact? Is it correct? Could there be a higher number? No, it's probably not exact. It's the best data we have. And I've done perfectly fine over the past 3 years in all my trades. And so did Keith Gill, looking at the reported short interest. Keith Gill would be called a shill these days, because he didn't talk about synthetics. He didn't talk about naked shorts. And if you want to call me a shill right along with them, then that's fine. But, I feel it is my duty to report on things that I can actually substantiate to you. And that SEC or exchange reported short interest is the only data we got. And when the number's high, you guys love to post it all over Twitter and Reddit. But when the number falls, you don't believe it. I got a problem with that. You can't be choosy about your data. Why, if the number was fake, why was it over 100% for GameStop? David said he wants to share some thoughts. David, if you can hear me, go on to the Twitter space call and just request a mic. Owning the float, since I see mediocre dropped off, what are your thoughts? I know this is a controversial topic. What are your thoughts on the whole synthetics, nakeds, FTDs? Does that factor into your decisions at all?
Well, truth be told, I believe the synthetics. I know Adam Aaron doesn't believe the synthetics. I believe the synthetics wholeheartedly, just by the simple fact that you have Ken Griffin and Citadel. They have 60-some billion shares sold, not yet purchased, and those are just synthetics right there.
Well, those are shorts on different tickers across the entire market.
Correct. And so, having that being said, it's like that's already proof in itself. If you're selling something you don't own, it's like me going to your house and selling your Camaro. So I don't own it; it's yours.
So, in your definition, a legal short is a synthetic. If that's true, that's fine with me, because a legal short is not a real share. I mean, if you want to use that syntax.
So when it comes to the synthetic parts, I believe the synthetics. Now, as to how much, what short sellers used to use short selling as a tool. Let's say in a basic generic form to keep stocks in check, to have supply and demand. But over the time, it's actually become a business model to short stocks to oblivion. And that's where, again, I disagree with, the strategies for that. And them being allowed to do that to a grotesque degree with no oversight. It's sort of like, hey, the gentleman said, self-reported information. I believe there should be more transparency in the market, but they wouldn't allow it to happen because then, therefore, the top 1% or the big hedge funds wouldn't make the money that they make. I think they lose money. I do think they lose money, but not to the point where retail investors thinking like we got them where we want them. They're scared. They've never been scared. They've always been in control. They have slipped up every now and again, but when it comes to the price action of a stock over a ticker symbol, they completely control that, not only with high frequency trading, but with algos and obviously inside information, coordinated attacks, hedge fund to hedge fund. So the retail investors at a huge disadvantage. And I think at some point with this whole meme stock frenzy, whether it's just AMC or GameStop, and you can add whatever ticker symbol you want upon that, it's like the retail investors become the product of how to get money, how to extract money from a certain individual or individuals, community or groups, and that would be us. And because there's a lot of dumb money, and dumb money is actually what it is. And being dumb money, and including myself at one point, before I started opening my eyes, it's like, what the hell is really going on? And when I really understood that supply and demand doesn't exist for retail, I was like, okay, now I need to start thinking other ways of what's going on, because I'm the type of person I'm being stolen from. I didn't know how it was happening. I'm going to start looking into it. I'm going to start trying to find out how I'm being stolen from. Now, are we ever going to know the true fact of how we're being taken advantage of? We will know the in and outs of it. I don't think we ever will, because we're not on the inside. We don't work for a hedge fund. But at some point, that, hey, we're being stolen from. And then as a group, as a meme group, or as a community of all ticker symbols, start putting information out there through the internet, via, websites and Reddit and Discords and different type of social media platforms. We start to become more educated about what is going on. And that's where the whole thing is. Like, if you're not adjusting to the times or trying to understand what's going on, how you're being taken away from, if you're not learning nothing, you're falling behind, and therefore you're still taken advantage of. And then those are the people that are pointing the finger and be like, hey, it's just manipulation, it's this, that. You have to at least put some effort into learning and bettering yourself if you want to be part of what is going on. I don't think most people are doing that.
I have to agree with you. And I'd also like to add the fact that Ken Griffin come out and said exactly what you're just talking about, that they want to control the price. And,
Right.
and when they say that, when he comes out and says that, what he's saying is exactly what Paul just said. That supply and demand doesn't really fucking exist in the market. If they're controlling it, and they're controlling it, why? Because they have the money to control it.
Right. They have the money and the high-speed trading systems to manipulate, if that's the word you want to use, and I think that's a fair word, to drive the price down, because they can just sit there and trade it back and forth and drop the price. And we're, as buy and holders, we're just sitting there observing. You know, we got to have enough buying to outweigh their shorting pressure.
And we would never do that, especially when we get our buy orders and they park our orders and they get to them at a different time.
Right. So, all right, let's just turn this another way then, Mike. How do we win? How do we get the upper hand again? I'm just going to post that out. I've got some thoughts.
Okay, so just to be blunt, we never win, because that's not how it works. And I think the sooner you know that and understand that, that's a reality check for a lot of people. I understand that. And I'm not looking to be the hedge fund. What I'm looking is to trade in a system that's manipulated with no supply and demand in a way to be profitable. Because there's a way to win at everything. And that's what I've been searching for. And I think over the last maybe 18 months, I've been very successful at doing that. Now, we all discuss trading strategies, which I don't know if you want to get into that now, but we all discuss trading strategies of what we do and don't do, and we all have our own styles. And I think that's something you need to get to, like, what's your own style? Some people just don't have time for it. Some people like to trade long-term, just think of a long-term trade. Let me get into this. Let me get to a good position and think down the road. For me, my risk tolerance is much higher. I have more volatility and swings. That's what I'm accustomed to. So you got to find what's good for you. But I think for the most part is that it has to come down to just understanding what is really going on and facing the facts that, we have everything stacked against us as retail investors. And there's nothing we can do about it because we don't have the SEC, the DTCC, Gensler, all these entities that are supposed to help us. They turn a blind eye because they're all getting kickbacks. They're all getting paid.
All right.
It's not by coincidence that a company can get fined for malicious acts when it comes to the stock market, and then the amount of money that they pay. If all of us stole $100 million, our fines would be $2 million. So shit, we pay $2 million, we get to keep the 98. But here's the other thing: the $2 million fine that we pay, we can put that as a tax write-off for our company.
All right, Mike. Some people want to ask you a question. If you think everything is manipulated and we're not going to win, why are you blaming Adam Aaron, and why even be in the play?
Well, I'm in the play because, for number one, Adam Aaron, he's part of all this. And the reason why I'm in the play, because I believe there's upside to the play. There's money to be made. Again,
why? If it's manipulated and we're not going to win, how do you think that there's money to be made in the play? Tell me
Let me ask you this. People go to casinos to try to gamble. The house is stacked against you. Unless you know what you're doing, and let's say you play poker. People want to play poker. They're not very good at it. But unless you know what you're doing and how to navigate a poker table, you can make money. I think it's the same scenario. I've learned how to navigate the stock market. I learned how to navigate AMC. I played AMC to the downside. People didn't like that. I still did it anyways and made money. I got out of AMC at the right time before the reverse stock split conversion when they had the rejection. That was a decision I made and went live and said, I'm getting out because I'm taking my profits. It's minimal, but I'm taking profits. People didn't like that. It's navigating, making decisions that are unpopular and that may go against the grain, but you got to do what's right for you, your trading style.
All right.
So again, I'm bullish at AMC, and I think there's upside up until earnings. Until then, when we get to earnings, I don't know what I'm going to do with earnings because the scenario is going to change again.
All right.
I'm going to jump in here real quick, if I could, because it came back up. Remember, I forgot what I wanted to bring up.
Yeah.
Tony, you asked the panel about reverse split if they thought reverse split was coming down the pipe.
Yeah.
I didn't get the answer because of my mic issue, so I just wanted to give my opinion on that.
Go ahead.
I do not believe that reverse split is going to happen for the simple fact that the AMC, the company, still has 300 million shares that they could dilute. And it's about how much money they put on the balance sheet. So I don't believe that reverse split is even on the table. That's my personal opinion. Until those 300 million shares are gone, when that happens, then we can talk about reverse split. But I don't even think we're close for that yet.
I agree with you, mediocre. I don't see any necessity, nor do I have any concern about a reverse split at this time.
Same.
Thanks, Tony, for re-enabling my mic. I'm back.
You got any thoughts on what we just been talking about, Stephen?
I mean, I have my thesis if you want me to go through it. You guys hear it a lot, but I would like to share it with the audience.
All right, the floor is yours. Give us your best here.
Okay, so look, AMC's high risk, high reward. But in my view, the 2024 analyst consensus numbers are way too low. And I'll tell you why. I think AMC could delever if movie attendance returns to pre-pandemic levels. I mean, that hasn't happened yet, but company did generate free cash flow in Q3. And this is something you don't hear often, but the 24 movie slate, in my view, upon close examination, is more robust than 23. And that's something the press I don't think really has gotten a hold of yet. If you look at balance sheet, I mean, we're not much different than we were in 2019. We still had $4 billion in debt, $5 billion in, operating lease. The interest expense, Tony, was around a little higher, but we got like higher interest rates. But I believe like through refinance and extension of credit, AMC gets more flexibility, and then you can get a higher share price than obviously the all-time low where we're at. Pre-pandemic, AMC was able to generate the solid cash flow, and we need to get back to that. I think a lot of AMC's rebound is through operating cash flow. But what do you need? You need a better movie slate, draw in more customers, right? And when I'm talking about the 24 movie slate, look at what you have. It's not barren like it's currently priced in. You have Deadpool 3, Beetlejuice, Gladiator 2, Dune 2, Ghostbusters, Despicable Me 4 could be $1 billion film. What's the other one? Inside Out, Kung Fu Panda, those also could be $1 billion films. Now, that doesn't even count like if Hollywood gives the green light to pull back movies from 25. Now, the criticism is we don't have like an Avengers-like blockbuster, but that doesn't dismiss that 24 is still a deep roster of strong movies.
Right.
And that doesn't count any surprise concerts, right? Me and Mediocre talk about that. Now, I'll go out on a limb. To me, AMC could be valued anywhere between 0 and 25. And why? The low end is obviously bankruptcy, but the higher end is if the company gets the sustainable cash flow. So my thesis is this: the 2024 analyst numbers are calling for declines in revenue and EBITDA. I think they're low. They're just not accurate to me. I think that the current numbers, Tony, are priced in like as if the writer's strike and actor's strike is still ongoing, but it's not. But yet the stock price is priced as if there's an ongoing strike, in my view. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think in the short term, like what we're dealing with right now is a couple of those concerns we talked about earlier. The risk of dilution, needing the 2026 debt pushed out. You know, we're still waiting on the news on when they're going to push that out. But we're also dealing with Q4 and Q1, numbers anticipated to be low.
Yeah, but Tony, that's because Wall Street is dismissing hits, right?
Right.
They're
but
pretty much saying you're not going to get any hits.
In the short term, like right now, we're dealing with a little bit of that negative news, but that news is not going to last forever. We're going to start getting some upward momentum as all of these roadblocks get out of the way and the box office numbers start getting a little better each quarter, and we get closer and closer to 2025. I think for me, it's just about having the right mindset on timeline and being patient, just like I talk about on every other fucking play.
But revenue per patron is still up,
Yeah.
right? Our cash flow is not. So if you can convince the market that you can raise equity without dilution, right? That's important. And then you can show that people are actually going to the theater with a stronger movie slate and revenue per patron still up. Like that goes a long way. And with AMC's premium offerings, they have a clear advantage over your Cinemark, right? They can generate more free cash flow faster because they're still the biggest dog in town. I just think overall that they're kind of writing off 24, but at some point they're going to get caught with
a Barbie Oppenheimer. Like nobody saw that, right? All it takes is a couple movies to catch a little steam, and then the whole dynamic changes. Like right now, the dynamic is, oh, there's massive fear of dilution, right? But that already happened. Reverse split already happened. Conversion already happened. All these negative things already happened. But going forward, if AMC is able to generate free cash flow and hit pre-pandemic revenue, you're not going to get a better price than $4.
I think that's what separates our.
You don't think reverse split's going to happen again?
No, because the float hasn't been maxed out. There's no chance of a reverse split.
I think that's what separates our group from the people that are the most negative right now. Is the events happened, they're in the past, and if you have the right timeline, things look like they're going to get better. So, guys, do you think that boycotting AMC movie theaters? I hear people floating this. Boycott the theaters. That will cause a short squeeze.
That's stupid.
No.
Don't boycott it. For what?
Exactly. For what? You
can't, Tony, you can't cut out somebody's legs from underneath them and expect them to walk. It's just ridiculous.
I just don't get the mindset of some of these people. Like the ideas they come up with, I can't even fathom where they're coming from, thinking that cutting off bottom line revenue, and stirring up more negative sentiment in the public and the press and the investors is going to help your investment. Right. A lot of bad things happened. A lot of people are mad. People are down, but spending 5, 7, 10 hours a day talking negative about the company is not helping anyone. It happened.
Tony, there is a way to win on AMC. I know Float was looking at it from a little different perspective, but there is a way to win. And the way is for it to not be a meme stock anymore, right? Because at some point, if AMC does succeed, it will no longer be a meme stock. And to Adam or like the executives, that's their goal. Their goal is to turn it into a normal stock that generates profits and goes about your everyday, and it trades at something like Cinemark, right? Like sideways forever. But you can win if your timeline is correct and your entry is correct, right? And that's a trading conversation a lot of people aren't ready to have, but you have to somewhat be grounded in reality as the events unfold.
It's not that they're not ready to have it. I think to some degree they don't understand it because they haven't learned much of anything.
The other thing I think that separates our group, and I don't want to speak out of turn for you guys, but I've talked to most of you every day, and everybody has a different opinion about Adam Aaron. That's fine. But most of us are looking at this play just from forecasted revenues, forecasted box office, and the financial statements. We don't sit here and talk every day about synthetics or naked shorts or FTDs. That's like 0% of my thesis, why I added significantly to my position last week, or why I'm buying in this price range. It has nothing to do with it. And there's other people that want to talk about that. That's fine. I don't go in and shit on them for talking about that, but that's not my thesis. So if you're wanting to be in this space call, hearing us talk about FTDs, synthetics, and naked shorts, that is zero reason why I'm in this
Tony,
play.
You and I both know you cannot focus on things you can't control if you want to make money in the market. It's that simple.
That's why I don't worry about it.
You can't just sit there and say, oh, everything's this or that, or you have to at some point take responsibility. You're the one who chose the stock. You're the one who bought it at a higher price. You took the risk. And the same thing is true. If you didn't sell at all-time high, which I didn't, it's on you. But guess what? It also goes in reverse. If you don't buy at all-time low, it's also on you, right? So you have to live with your decisions. And through experience, we've learned, unfortunately, a lot of these things weren't for retail, but they were for AMC. And that's the way they look at it. They look at it like it's better to be down, X than bankruptcy. So there is a way to win on AMC, but it's not in the way that people have been taught over and over again through bad influences or whatever they came across. There is a way to win. You just have to be grounded in reality.
Benjamin says, do you guys find it strange that every time AMC is moving up, the CEO comes out with a negative tweet on our financials? We talked about that earlier. Benjamin, owning the float, said that he thinks it's absolutely on purpose. I'm a little more agnostic on that. I was questioning the basketball tweet, and the more times he does that, the more irritated I get. I'm not quite on owning the floats side that I think everything is purposeful to drive the price down, but I am watching it very closely. Brandy, hello to you in Germany.
I think that the problem that most of AMC retail isn't really taken into account is that there's only one entity that can do anything to prevent any of this corruption, and they do nothing.
The
Corruption
SEC?
happens across many stocks. It's not only AMC, and I understand that the retail investor wants to shine a light on AMC and make it the shining star to force the SEC to do anything, but they're bought and paid for. They do what they're told. A lot of our problem is our congressmen and women.
Yeah, and look at all of the other retail communities that have gone down in flames, mediocre, crying to the DOJ and the SEC for change. And I don't think we should stop. We need to continue shining that light and demanding change. Absolutely. Things are broken, but we can't get wiped out in the process on every single play, waiting for them to come rescue you. That's kind of where I'm at, and at this point.
That's why I say you got to learn how to trade and play the game.
Right.
If you're not willing to learn the game, then you shouldn't be part of the game in the first place.
And
I use myself an example really quick as being dumb as shit, right? When I first started making videos about AMC, I remember I made a video. It had to be a video in front of AMC that the whole market was actually it was like pushing up green. I think it was the whole market's pushing up, and AMC was red, right? And then I was thinking like, okay, well, it's manipulation. And then a couple of days later, something happened. The whole market is red, and AMC is pushing down. It's red as well. And I was like, I didn't bother to look at the whole market. I just only looked at AMC. I had blinders on just AMC. I live and died by AMC, and didn't understand very much of anything else. That was a me problem. That wasn't a nobody else problem. That was a me issue. And then that's where I get to the point of learning and coming. I look back to 3 years ago to where I was to where I am now. It's night and day. I mean, I didn't trade options back then either. I mean, I used to buy a chunk of, I used to buy maybe 2, 3, 4, 5,000 shares of a stock, hold on to it for 3 months, then check it and see if I made or lost money. That was pretty much my trading, and that was it. Is the reason why I got into AMC, because I saw a video from Trade. I'm like, let me throw, a couple grand at it and buy. I think it was, I don't remember shares. I think about like 2,000 shares, or I don't remember how much. Right before the run up on the 25th of 2021 of January, and getting involved in it taught me a lot of things over time. And I keep reiterating the fact that we got to keep learning and surrounding yourself. Tony, you got all of us in here, mediocre. We all have different thoughts and opinions. When you surround yourself with the people that just tell you yes, 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 manipulation, synthetics, and just cry about the shit over and over, you learn absolutely nothing. And you stay in the same circle and you end up broke. If you have any pushback, or let's have a conversation and formulate other ideas and opinions, and let's discuss this to find out solutions, find out other things. It educates you. It actually puts you in a better mindset, and you have a better understanding of what's going on. You can make better decisions, and therefore it turns into making money. Because at the beginning of the day, I think Mediocre said this, we're all here to make money. We're all not here to lose money just to give it away to people and just go home. We're all here to make money. So if you're sitting there with the same people talking about the same shit after 3 years, that's a you issue. You need to find out what is wrong with that.
Jim Eagle had a.
I'd also like to add to that, right?
Go ahead.
If you look at the options chain, so many retail investors are buying call options every week. Now, that's not a strategy that I work on. Now, I am 100% an options trader. I do. A majority of my trades are options trades, right? And I know people don't like that, and they don't understand them. I get it. And that's part of what we're talking about. If you don't understand them, but you want to have an opinion on them, that's kind of, you're defeating the purpose. You should encourage yourself to learn more about what they actually are. I make money almost every week on options, right? Whether I'm buying options or selling them. I usually make money based on where I think the stock price is going to go. But the majority of the time, I'm selling call options to people who are buying them, on various stocks, because that's where the money is, or I'm selling puts to enter a position that I think the stock price is going to go to, that I think is in a range that it's undervalued, right? If I find I do it a lot on all different kinds of stocks, but I'll look up stocks and find stocks that I think are undervalued, and I'll immediately start selling put options on it so that I could get into it. And as soon as I get those shares, I immediately sell calls against it. It's the wheel strategy. Tony talks about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some videos this week on the.
It is what it is.
I'm gonna do some videos this week, mediocre on that.
To accumulate shares on stocks I want to own.
Back in the day, you couldn't talk about anything else.
I'm not telling people to learn options. I think that you should learn and study them. You don't have to trade them or whatever. But if you're not going to learn anything and you're going to sit there and hold the stock, you're at the mercy of the company to do right by its shareholders. And the company is obligated to do right by the company, which means if the company is failing financially, it has to get money from somewhere. And guess where it comes from? It comes from the shareholder. And that's the part that people don't want to understand, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean,
a time ago, I think Trey made a comment, and this was going back to Trey, about another ticker symbol. Trey made a comment about another ticker symbol, and people were like, why are you talking about that? Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me, Tony?
I can hear you.
So Trey made a comment about another ticker symbol, and he got a lot of backups for it, that he's not supposed to talk about anything other than AMC. And that's been a big part of the community back then, was like, you couldn't talk about anything else or even learn. And that didn't enable anybody to learn, because people were so afraid to talk about anything, whether it was strategy, whether it's about market, whether there's, just whatever you want to just bring up. You couldn't even talk about it, because if you did, you got attacked. So therefore, people just didn't learn nothing. And they thought, that's okay. This is the way we're going to win. In turn, it was a really big disservice to the retail community. And that's an issue. I think now when people are talking about other ticker symbols, spreading information, it's not factual, right? Nobody's a financial advisor. None of us are here are financial advisors. But we just see what's what. A cat is a cat. A dog is a dog. Shit's going to happen. And we're learning together. And that's huge. Back then, you couldn't do that. And that did a huge disservice to a lot of retail investors who, at this point, could have been much more knowledgeable and understand a lot more things.
There's still channels today, OTF, where you're not allowed to talk about any other ticker than AMC. And, we as a group and on my Discord and in my YouTube channel talk about a lot of stocks and about the general market dynamics, because the market is not AMC. If you're not paying attention to everything that's going on, you're either going to make bad decisions or you're going to miss other opportunities. I've heard people say also that you should not be diversified. There's one famous YouTuber that basically said, the only stock you need to own is GameStop. Like, I don't understand what is in these people's heads to think you should only own one stock. You are putting all of your risk in one basket.
And that's the problem today. People want the 2,000, 3,000% gainers. They don't want to take the 10, 15%. Those add up. Those make you a portfolio. Those do great things for you financially. People don't understand that. They want to hit the home runs every single time. They're willing to hit one home run and strike out 99 times. And in turn, they become broke. And they don't understand it. They can't get it through their head.
Yeah,
that's unfortunate. Juan Ramirez, what's up, my brother? I see you in here. God bless you and Natalie. Much love, man. Juan Ramirez, he's actually a really good dude, and he's big with the MMTLP community. So shout out to him.
All right, I'm going to bring Rad Boy up. Just make sure you turn your mic on.
Tony, can you give me co-host? Hey, thanks, Tony. Yeah, I guess my general comment is that I'm a very large holder, and I'm buying more now because I will be selling covered calls when this does mark up eventually. eventually, because I do think over the long term, 2, 3, 4 years from now, we'll look back and these will be ridiculous prices. But in general, I think Adam Aaron, I think he's probably, I don't think he's compromised, but I do think he's probably working with regulators or people, some of the lenders may be short. And, the tweets are certainly timed at a very strange time. The tweets are timed very strangely. But I think what's important to realize that stock does not trade properly unless you have institutions that are long the stock. And I think that's probably why he diluted after a very strong third quarter. Is if it marked up, he diluted, $20. Institutions aren't going to buy it at $20,
Right.
But he knew he would have strong institutional support if he diluted at these prices, knowing that there would be he could form a floor for the stock and allow institutions to slowly start accumulating off of a strong quarter. And I think that's what's happening now. I think institutions are accumulating, but they're doing it very slowly because that's how you accumulate. So they'll mark it up when they have their shares.
I talk about it, Rad Boy. I talk about it as the lenders, if they're taking down shares in a swap, or if they're institutions that are taking down a large block, they're going to want it at what they consider a risk-free price, right?
Exactly.
APE at 60 cents, AMC now at $4. And I've talked about that before. They want it at a risk-free price so that they can go take down a few million shares and not sweat it.
Wants them to have it at a risk-free price because he knows long-term the stock will never trade healthily unless he has these institutions
right
long. And it's unfortunate, but it's just a reality. There's algorithmic trading. These guys are not, I have a lot of friends in Wall Street, very smart people in hedge funds. They're not going to lose. They have, that's just the way it works, unfortunately.
So,
So I think that's what's going on here. And I do think that's why these tweets are timed. I mean, when it ran up 100% after market, he doesn't want it to go that high because the institutions weren't long. That's the only reason why he had to kill the momentum. Now, whether he's doing that, for his friends in Wall Street, I personally think it's with the regulators. I think this is I do think there are a lot of shares, like anecdotally, there's, I don't know anyone who has anywhere close to the amount of shares that they should have. I mean, to own the float. There are, it's obviously conjecture, but I believe there's hundreds of millions or billions of shares that shouldn't exist. I don't know where they are, their FTDs and how they hide them, but they're out there. So I think going forward, I do think there's great prices. I think I think Adam did lower the price so that institutions can start accumulating, and I think very soon we'll see a markup. They will trade healthily.
That aligns very closely with my bullish thesis. Like at some point when the numbers start getting a little better, maybe, in a quarter or two, then we see a little more institutional buying and a little more institutional support. And you start seeing some positive press and some upgrades, like they navigated the troubled waters, the dark times are behind them. Then these prices could look very cheap. But the only thing we don't know is
these institutions. What are they going to do with it? I mean, and I think they could mark it up because if they bought it at $4, they're the ones who be selling the covered calls to retail.
Yeah,
this marks up.
They're going to push. They're going to start pushing it up and
profitable short for lending shares on all of Wall Street. So these guys have it at $4, $5. They'll be letting them out to shorting again. So they will make tons of money buying low, going forward in the future. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing slowly now as they're accumulating.
It's that whole institutional accumulation distribution cycle, right? They want to pick it up cheap when fear is the worst among retail, and then they'll start letting it go up or driving it up, and retail is going to pile back in all excited. Here comes the next squeeze.
Exactly.
And they're going to sell to you as the price runs up.
Tony, that's funny because how often do we have this conversation? Exactly what we're talking about right here.
Every day.
It's crazy, dude. If you look at the chart right now, the chart somewhat proves that we are consolidating in this area. And fear drives the market. It totally does. And fear is at its highest with AMC right now. And I don't know.
I'm buying shares every day. I'm eating it up. It's fine.
So am I. Very much so. I think this whole group is, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I just wanted to be a voice and let you guys hear from a few of us that are not in the whole conspiracy theory mindset and that we are buying at this range. Does that mean that it's the bottom? No, we don't know for sure. there's a couple things we're watching. There's a couple things we're worried about. But being able to separate from the conspiracy group and the negative Nancy group and just look at the financials and the box office forecast, we're mostly bullish in this range.
And coming from me, that is absolutely correct, because the information that I get is from these guys is the reason why I'm thinking short-term upside, is the reason why I've been doing what I've been doing. That's not going to change my feel when it comes to Denaro and so forth, but I am bullish when it comes to AMC in the short term. Like I said, all the way to earnings. I can't say what I'm be thinking and feeling after earnings, what's going on, but I've always said, when there's fear, and everybody knows here how I trade, and when I see fear in any ticker symbol, I don't care what it is, I'm going to attack it. I'm going to go for it, whether it's up or down. If there's any fear, that's the time to buy, when there's fear in the market.
Who said that?
Me?
No. I was referring to the man, the myth, the legend.
Gabe asked who is talking now. I think he was asking about Rad Boy. Rad Boy, what's your Twitter handle? Do you post on AMC at all?
No, I don't post. I have a very small Twitter handle.
Okay. I know him from seeing him in YouTube comments and such.
I kind of want to bring something up real quick, Tony, because I think it's interesting, and I think the purpose of what the conversation we're having today is to bring the community together to hopefully discuss the issues with the company, and to let people know that there's yes voters and no voters in this call, and that the divide between the two should just end. It's ridiculous, and it doesn't help anybody. And that's really kind of what we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying earlier, what happened. Everybody made their choice, and you're either okay or not okay now based on the choices that you made. But that's all water under the bridge. That really what we should be focusing on is you either now have a choice of the company's going to survive and the price is going to go up, or it's not going to survive. So you have a second choice. What are you going to do? If you're so negative that you're spending 8 hours a day down talking the company, why are you still holding? Would be my question. And if you want the price to go up, then maybe it's time to foster people coming together and talking about the positive things that could happen, or the even if it takes 12 months, let's talk about the reality of where we're at. And if you don't think that that's going to happen, and you don't think box office is ever going to recover, then I get it. There's people that think that. I'm okay with the people that think that. That's fine. But to say that you're negative and the box office is never going to recover, but I'm a shareholder, I don't get that. That doesn't make sense to me. Unless you're just short-term trading it, which it sounds like owning the float might be. And that's cool too. That's cool too. Like I said, I have no problem with anybody if they can have an adult conversation without insulting and name calling and doxing and all that nonsense. I talk and listen to people every day that don't believe the same thing I do on a lot of different plays, but they're grown-ups. They're not running around acting like children.
What people do with their own personal accounts is their business. Why does it even matter if somebody trades this thing every day? Like, I could care less. It doesn't affect my outlook on what I'm trying to do. I don't let other people's positions or what they do with their position affect what I'm doing. I make my own thesis and trade by that.
I don't like what you just said. I'm blocking you.
I would just quickly add, like, the one thing that has bothered me the most with Adam Aaron, and it proves to me at least that he's working with either the regulators or some of the funds that have the bondholders, is what happened with Citi with APE. Because the documents show that they knew the index funds were going to drop, or were going to dump APE because they weren't allowed to hold them. And knowing that was going to happen, Citigroup, these are investment bankers. They're highly intelligent people. Their goal was to make money for AMC so they could refinance their debt. And knowing index funds were going to dump them, they didn't sell. They waited months. And that to me is very big red flag, because these are not stupid people. They're highly intelligent. And yet they waited and waited and waited. And then you see what happened with Denaro, and then they gave all these shares. So that to me,
And they gave them a downgrade as well.
Red
Citigroup
boy.
ended up giving
Hey,
a downgrade.
Red boy. I want to give you props, man, because that is something I've been saying, and that is the big issue that I have of what they did, how they handled that. And the whole time, Adam Aaron told me specifically the reason why he did that, and it was because of retail. He didn't want us to think that he was selling. That is a huge issue. The second huge issue that I have.
It's not him. He used investment. The investment banks are the bankers who are doing it. Yes, maybe they need approval from the CEO, but these are bankers who are charged with doing it. They're highly intelligent people. You know, I know investment bankers. They're not stupid. And the way it was done, my 8-year-old child could have made more money than the bankers. So it was deliberate. In my opinion, it was deliberate. But it wasn't deliberate to screw people, I don't believe. I think it was deliberate to lower the price, to allow institutions to either uncover their positions, and maybe they can start getting long at reasonable risk-free prices. That's sort of my best guess.
So,
But even at that, it still hurts retail.
Indeed.
Yeah. Here's my take on what you said, Red Boy and OTF. So the biggest thing I was upset about on the discovery documents once I read them was seeing that the executives knew that these institutions were not going to hold APE, and they didn't tell us. And I overlooked that. That was my mistake, anticipating that they were all going to sell. I own that. And I'm upset that they knew it in advance and didn't give us any inkling. And I'm sure, yes, there were people that probably knew that and probably told us. And I thought that there would be more support among retail. And I think AMC did too. Like, they probably didn't sell in the first 30 days because on the one hand, they knew institutions were going to dump it. But on the other hand, they thought retail would support it. And instead, most of retail ran away from APE.
Tony, I could put in $50 million tomorrow. I don't think it would even move the price. I think that these are. I don't know what happens to the buy orders. I think they go. I really think they're algorithmically traded. But you're right with that. But I think the big thing is AMC themselves could have diluted those shares, knowing it, and they could have refinanced. They could have easily raised $1 billion or $2 billion.
Yeah, but if AMC
refinanced their debt.
If AMC was selling on top of the institutions dumping, it would have fallen even faster, don't you think?
So be it. They would have paid their money. I mean, look what happened to it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with you. I don't disagree with you. I wish they would have sold at higher prices. Absolutely. There's no real defense of that decision. I'm just trying to, okay, in my brain, was there any logical reason, or did they just know that no one except retail was going to buy it at that high price? I don't know.
And these are the gripes that I have about Adam Aaron, his decision making. Again, like Red Boy said, there's many people in this group now who could have made much better decisions just by basic math. But he's doing things on purpose. This is the problem that I have with him. This is the reason why I'm so, upset with him and dislike him so much. But again, there's money to be made. If there's money to be made, I'm going to make it. I'm going to find a way to make it and be part of it. I don't care if it's upside, downside. There's money to be made. Right now, where AMC's at, there's money to be made.
The only bright side of the whole AMC 8 fiasco is once we got that discovery and Mediocre talked to Adam Aaron at a meet and greet, and we all put our heads together and were like, okay, if APE gets really, really cheap and we know there's an arbitrage opportunity, i.e., these are essentially the same equity and they're going to convert and they're going to convert at a same price, wherever in the scale that price is, we didn't know. But APE was down here and AMC was up here. When that opportunity was handed to us to buy AMC at 60, 65, 69 cents, those of people that had been tuning in to anyone that was talking about the arbitrage opportunity, the fact that they were the same equity, the fact that they were going to go together and convert, like Mediocre, I know for a fact, loaded up in that range on the really cheap APE. And so there was an opportunity to get out of the hole a little bit. If you weren't in the, I hate everything APE, I'm not buying it no matter what. AMC is going to squeeze when the conversion happens. There are all kinds of crazy theories out there.
And we
But
shared that
they
information.
didn't converge. Basically, AMC just basically hit ape to the penny, and
Yeah.
AMC just dropped. It shows you it's completely.
It's
controlled by algorithms.
exactly what we said was going to
It
happen.
is.
It's exactly what we said was going to happen. They were going to come together on price. Now it happened at the last minute, but they came together.
Well, AMC dropped. AMC
Right.
dropped.
I talked about that.
I thought ape was going to rise, AMC was going to fall. That's not what happened. It's just like AMC just plummeted and met ape to the penny.
The ape went up. Ape went up.
Did it go up a little bit?
Yeah. It went up a little bit, not as much. I would have liked to see ape go up more and AMC go down less, but they did end up, they both moved at the last minute.
And the thing is that we shared the information. People just didn't want to listen to it.
We shared the information almost every day for a year.
I mean, and I don't know. I'm not going to pat myself on the back or, all I got to say is there was a group of people who went out and dug through the information, and, that's what we do. And that's what I like about, people coming together and having conversations, right? Rather than just the conspiracy theory stuff.
I want to get to a comment here. It says in the comments, it says, I love how OTF says he's bullish on AMC, yet he says AMC is headed for bankruptcy. And then my reply was, I'm here to make money. That's the difference. A company can be headed for bankruptcy, but still have potential upside, possible upside. I'm not here for a long play. I'm not here for 2025. Everybody here knows it. I'm here to make money. And I think there's a pop coming soon. I think there's some upside coming soon. So if I'm making money, I'm not holding. I'm not a diamond hand. I'm not hodling. As soon as I make money, I'm out. People don't understand that. See, that's the problem is people think that if you're part of a play, even if I think AMC is going to hit bankruptcy in a year and a half, 2 years, there's still plenty of money to be made on AMC, upside and downside. That's where people just have the disconnection. They think it's like, if you're in the play, it's mooning. It's just squeezing. That's it. There's no other way. That's a problem. That's a huge issue.
Buy and hold is the only way is what they think. And that's what winds them up losing money is and being underwater so much and being so upset, right? Because I don't know if it's they don't know what's going on or they're just I'm not sure why they believe that.
I know OTF, he says that AMC is going to go bankrupt. I don't agree with him because I'm more bullish. And again, we talked about this at the beginning of this call. There's two camps, right? And I think it's okay to talk to both sides so you can understand their perspective and see for yourself, do you think it makes sense? I think that the bulls think that the box office is going to be recovered enough 2025, 2026, that the company will not go bankrupt. And they have clearly enough cash to survive 2024. The bears think that the box office is never going to recover enough for AMC to generate positive quarters. But we saw that they had some positive quarters in 2023. And I think that with a bigger box office in 2025, that becomes a very compelling potential bull thesis. It's up for you guys to understand that and make your own decisions. And I like to talk to people like Mike owning the float or listen to the other people that are bearish so that I can understand what's their viewpoint. Why do they think it's going to go bankrupt? Does it make sense to me? And then I can check myself. I can check my facts because every day you should be evaluating your stocks to see if anything changed in your thesis.
Let me ask you this question to everybody in here that's able to speak. Do you think there's a difference between supply and demand and momentum, or do you think they're the same?
Tony, can you give Super Steven a mic, a speaker role?
I don't see him requesting speaker. I don't see him in the call.
Oh, maybe it was Grandpa. No, Grandpa's got speaker.
I would just quickly add, I think it's a nuanced position. I think even if the 2025 box office doesn't meet the expectations, AMC could certainly offload Odeon theaters and become a little bit smaller of a profile just like Cinemark. So I think that there are things they could do
Right.
short of going bankrupt as well.
Right, absolutely. And if you go look at the plaintiff's discovery documents, they were looking at all of that, Rad Boy, back in 2020 and 2021. I encourage you guys to go read those 800 pages. It's still on AMC Investor Connect in the legal tab. Look for the plaintiff's discovery document. It's towards the bottom of the list. You can see the board meeting minutes of what they were doing to not go bankrupt. There was no talk in 2020 or 2021 of the board of bankrupting AMC. It was, what is every possible scenario we can do to avoid bankruptcy? So all this nonsense about the company's trying to go bankrupt or the CEOs trying to bankrupt the company, I don't buy it because I don't see the evidence of that. They were talking about, oh, what if we have to sell Odeon? That's a sacred cow, but we don't want to do it, but we might have to consider it. Maybe we need to strip down the A-list benefits because that's sometimes cost us some money. How do we renegotiate rents? They looked at everything they could possibly do not to go bankrupt. So I don't buy this argument that the bears are pushing or the people that hate this company are pushing that they're trying to bankrupt. I see zero evidence of that.
Hey, gentlemen, let me ask you this question. Do you think there's a difference between supply and demand and momentum, or do you think they're the exact same thing?
You talking about on the chart?
Just the question itself, like supply and demand. Is it different than momentum, or are they exactly the same thing?
I don't understand the question. I don't. What do you mean by? I mean, supply and demand on the chart. Certainly, that's your area. It's going to be your resistance, and demand is when people are buying. That's your support. I don't know.
I guess momentum would be like sort of like having like FOMO.
So you're talking about volume, increase in volume.
Right, because there's a comment here, and because let me see what to go find it here. It's I'm going to give props to Evil is Rising, and these are the questions that I like people asking. OTF keeps contradicting himself. First, he says stocks don't have supply and demand, and then argues that A should have waited to dilute so price could have went up on momentum. I'm glad I have wisdom and don't follow anyone. Now, I stand by that because supply and demand, again, I don't believe exists, but FOMO and momentum is totally different than supply and demand. There's a huge difference between that.
Well, I don't understand what he doesn't understand when you have Ken Griffin going on live TV talking about that they want to control the market, that they want to dictate the price of an equity. When you have a person of that power to do that, then ultimately that's their goal. They're trying to do that. They're trying to control supply and demand. That is exactly what he's saying. So, but that's not to say that they don't allow stocks to run up and pull back. Stocks do not trade in a straight line. Equities don't trade in a straight line. You know, you get momentum spikes up and momentum spikes down. You get it both directions. So I don't understand what his question actually is.
I think it's more of a statement from him. I'm just giving him his due credit of just saying that I contradict myself, and that's fine. But I just think that, you know, allowing people to have their opinions and say what they got to say, it's fine. So shout out to Evil is Rising. Thank you for addressing this and speaking on it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the stock certainly moves on an algorithm. You can even see how they can control the price. I think I was on a cruise when I watched it at the all-time lows a month ago or 6 weeks ago. And then all of a sudden, like either Russell 2000 or the SPY just crashed, and then all of a sudden it flushed AMC down below its all-time low, and then it was, it triggered all the stop losses. But I said to myself, that could not be by accident. It was at the all-time low, and then the SPY crashed. I mean, it's like they use the broader indexes. They're not using the indexes to control AMC per se, but they use the indexes to control a stock. They don't have to individually target AMC directly, but they can control the indexes, and that's in large part how they were able to walk this down, in my opinion, at least.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I just want to say one thing real quick. Earlier, you guys were talking about how the ape, like Tony, you were talking about the meeting minutes, how the institutions were going to sell, but they didn't talk about it. Remember, like that, how they didn't inform retail.
Yeah,
you remember that?
Yep.
So if you were really sharp and you read filings and you looked at insider transactions, you knew that the gig was up. I wasn't sharp enough at the time, but on August 8th, Chris Cox, he was the SVP Chief Accounting Officer. He sold 12,000 shares at $25 pre-conversion, right? When your accounting officer is selling that many shares and he was only left with 1250 after that transaction, there's something wrong with the preferred equity.
Yeah. And
that is the moment when I learned, Tony, you have to be aware of insider transactions and you can't take them for granted.
yeah. And someone was talking about that in the comments here on YouTube 30 minutes or so ago. Like, we should have paid more attention when all the execs sold in 2021. I think that is that's exactly right. And I will not make that mistake again. I remember kind of like glossing over it back then because we were flush with cash and the short interest is still high. And I like, oh, well, they deserve a little reward. I'm not going to make that mistake again.
Well, that Adam was touting APE as a good thing because it was to raise capital and all that stuff. But what we didn't know was that, the accounting didn't know, at least at the time, that the accounting officer dumped it. So
I think we're all as a panel pretty bullish that the executives are loaded up right now with shares, but we're not going to brush it under the rug if all of a sudden they sell next week, right? We're going to talk about that.
As of January 10th, they just got loaded up again.
Right. If they sell, I'm going to pay attention to that. I'm telling you right now.
So what?
I think there's a possibility they're privy to insider information, which would preclude them from making purchases. That should be
especially now, because right now we have low short interest. We only stayed. Think about it. I have regrets for staying after they sold, and the only reason why I did was because of short interest.
Yeah,
we were all here because of short interest.
But part of our bullish thesis going forward through this year is they are loaded up and the price is low, and it doesn't make sense for them to sell this low. Therefore, there's got to be some upward swing in the price for them to unload some more shares.
Correct,
Tony. I believe that upward swing comes along with a credit extension, along with refinancing. Right?
Yeah,
you need a reason for big money to
right,
step in this.
Right.
Price.
I don't know when that
next
swing.
Week or this coming week should be that, or somewhere in that area to help this out.
I think it might be even 20. It might be 2025, and this is another thing we debate every day. Like, I'm more of that swing's going to happen in 2025. Others on the panel think it's going to happen sooner.
I think it happens sooner. I think yes, it'd be great if they could wait till the interest rates lower, but you don't have a crystal ball. You don't know for a fact it's going to lower, and I think there's too much uncertainty, and they're cutting it too close. I think they refinance it sooner rather than later, in my opinion.
I was saying my thought on the refinancing the debt will be no later than the middle of this year. Markets with May thinks it could be later in the year, towards the end of the year, if they're trying to capitalize on lowered interest rates. But typically you see the refinancing happening. The market wants to see it about 18 months before the debt is due. So that's how I have my mid-year. I'd prefer to get it off the table now, honestly. Moonmonk says they bought recently. They didn't buy. They were awarded their annual RSUs and PSUs. And you want your executives to be awarded shares. The the bulk of their pay, compensation, I should say, comes from shares that they're awarded based on EBITDA and the performance of the company. And then if they are heavily loaded with shares, even if they were granted, even if they didn't buy them, they are just like you, wanting to see the price go up. And if they anticipate that the price is going to go up in the next year, they're going to hold on to those shares that they were granted.
Tony, especially Adam Aaron, right? Isn't his pay like heavily levered in the stock price?
His actual pay is his actual pay is either $1 million or $1.5 million. I think it's 1.5.
Yeah, but he comes close to 24 or something like that.
Yeah, because of the value of his shares when he sells them.
80% of his pay is
so
shares.
You want your executives to be compensated in shares, so they are aligned with you to do things to drive the price up. But you need to be patient enough to let them do the work to make that happen.
Did I just hear Adam Aaron's voice on this call?
That's Grandpa Barney.
I want to take a second and just it's kind of a shout out. The biggest shout out going to the bad eight, but mediocre, and Tony, and they all as a team discussed and debated, and so at one point, I had over $300,000 in this, and I was down big time like everybody else. They did the DD on it, and this is for you guys if you don't believe in these guys and what they're saying. So I was down 60%, 65% of that 300,000. Then they realized through their DD, and like I said, mainly the bad ape started it out by reading the paperwork, the filings, court documents, that ape was the play to be in, to the point where I took a realized loss of, well heavy into the six figures, and went 100% in ape. And that wasn't an easy thing to do, was to push that button and sell all my AMC and take that realized loss of that much money. But in the end, when I was sitting on 120,000 ape and the price went up and I sold it all, they brought me within 10% of being completely whole again. So that's a shout out to those boys. So if any of you guys out there think that these guys are full of shit, you better think twice.
Thank you for that, Grandpa.
Appreciate you, Grandpa.
Sparky's,
Yeah, Grandpa. Thanks, buddy.
Sparky says there's no refinancing the 2026 debt right now. Bonds are trading 80 cents for the 10% coupons, and market treasury interest rates don't matter when your bonds are trading at 18%. And I think, Sparky, you have some experience in the field. Am I correct? He always has good comments.
See if he comes up and speak. That'd be great.
Yeah, if you want to come up and speak, Sparky, get on the Twitter space call and request a mic. I'm not a.
Dr. Flapjack wanted to request to speak to you. I don't know if you know him, but do you want to possibly give him a voice? I could do it if you'd like.
Do you know him?
I do not.
I say give him a shot. Fuck it. Let's go.
All right.
60 seconds.
All right. And I'm just going to say, because people get mad when we talk about bonds, I'm not a bond trader. I don't own any bonds. I'm not pushing bonds. May is the bond trader. I'm not even an expert in bonds. I know just enough to be dangerous. So, but I do know that they need to refinance that debt, and they're not going to pay off the debt by selling shares at $4 a share. So debt refinancing is likely in our future.
I tried to give Dr. Flapjack.
It says connecting.
Oh, okay, good. So he should get it.
And to piggyback off of Grandpa Barney, you guys were, I remember we had the Discord call and you guys were telling me about the information. The difference is I didn't take that information. I didn't do what Grandpa Barney did because I had a low dollar cost average. And I think that had a lot to do with dollar cost average. And so ape was the way. But for me, I didn't see the value in it at that time. So I didn't do anything. That's why when it popped up, I was able to exit my position and get out with a small profit. But, the information that they gave me and they did, that they shared, was amazing. And that's something that, again, even though I disagreed with it, I still heard and still understood it, but it wasn't for me. And that's where retail investors have to evaluate yourselves. What's for you? What's not for you? What's the best way to make money? Because, again, it's all about making money. It's not, if your opinion differs than mine, then that's fine. If if you're upset because I think AMC is going to be bankrupt in 2 years, but there's money to be made, and you disagree with that, then that's fine too. But it's all about making money, and it's how you make money and when you make money. We're not in this to lose money. We're in it to make money. I think that's a huge difference, and people have got to understand that. Retail investors need to understand that.
I want to ask Sparky, based on what he knows now, if you had to pick a time frame in 2024, if there is one that you would pick, when do you think is a time frame where things line up for the company where they would refinance that debt? Is it middle of the year, end of the year, maybe even 2025? I'm just curious what your thoughts are. The gentleman that you were trying to bring up, Mediocre, dropped, so I don't see him on the call anymore.
Yeah. Well, he didn't make it. I can't help him with that. I tried to give him a chance to speak. I don't know what happened with him.
Maybe gun shy. I don't know.
All right. Another topic while I'm waiting on Sparky to answer, and someone asked a question earlier, and I know we've all had this discussion many, many times, people on the panel, about Adam Aaron and his longevity as CEO. There are people floating scenarios that he's going to be replaced by Bill Pulte. There are people floating scenarios that he's going to retire at the earnings call. And I have a different opinion. I think he's going to stick around until he can exit at a higher price with all those vested shares that he has, or unvested, or both. So I think he's going to stick it out, but I'm curious what you guys think. And I could be wrong. That's just my opinion.
I could tell you what he told me directly, but I don't necessarily believe him.
All right. What did he tell you?
He told me directly that he was going to remain CEO for 5 to 7 years.
Okay.
He said the exact same thing to me, and I told him, I don't believe you. And then he just laughed and left it at that.
Okay, so all right, so I'm not the only one who thinks he's full of shit then, right?
No, definitely not. I give him, in all honesty, I get a worst case scenario, he doesn't make it through 2024. Best case scenario, maybe 18 months. Halfway through 2025.
I think he probably cares about his legacy and wants the stock to be repaired, wants the company to be repaired and solvent, and then we'll leave on good terms.
That's what I think too.
Years, you know, I mean, I don't think he's got 5 to 7, but that's just my opinion, based on his age.
He's going to give the company to Sean Goodman.
I think if there's a window where he can repair the company and get it profitable, and of course that is dependent on the box office cooperating, that he wants to go out on a high note. No CEO wants to go out as a loser.
But Tony, have you seen Sean Goodman's retention bonus?
Yeah.
That's why he's going to be the next CEO.
Maybe so. Sparky says he thinks that the refinancing is going to be early 2025. All right. Thank you for that.
It's a lot easier for when he's ready to retire to just let the CFO become CEO rather than trying to get somebody who doesn't understand the movie industry as well as those two guys do. I don't see any new person coming in, even when he retires.
Well, May talks about how difficult it is and what time frame it takes to find a new CEO. So,
yeah, and can you imagine how much they'd have to pay one to come in and deal with all the abuse that Adam Aaron deals with? And what really could a new CEO do different? I mean, the financials are the financials. The box office is the box office. What could a new CEO do differently? I'd love to hear a good thesis on that.
not send out pictures to people.
Not send out dick pics. Well, I'll grant you that, Grandpa. I'll grant you that. That was a major faux pas. But I'm talking about in terms of running the finances or the strategic direction of the company. I'd like to see headway on some other things that people have suggested, like showing football games or more MMA matches or boxing matches. I don't know what all the negotiations and the licensing fees are to make all that shit happen, but I'd like to see more push into extra revenue streams besides just concert or movie distribution.
Tony, I'd like to put it out there to any other YouTubers or influencers that they'd ever like to join the conversation with us, that we can do another one of these calls, and they're more than welcome to join us.
Sure.
What do you think about that?
Yep.
Yeah, let's get Casey Shaw. Let's get Bigum's Boss Blunts. Let's get Morantz. Let's get all these guys over here. And then and let them say the piece, and then we can ask them questions. They can ask us questions. I think it'd be great. Anybody else that I forget? Feel for real. Let's get him up here. Who else?
How about Donahue George? Donahue George, who doesn't understand where all the money's going.
We'll get Donahue George, CSI. We got Mike Marine. Let's get everybody. We'll just have a big old smorgasbord.
No, we're not going to have a crybaby fest on here. I'm sorry.
No, a respectful conversation.
You got to, I'm joking about Donahue. You got to at least have opened up the financials to be on this panel and understand a little bit about corporate finance. If you've never opened up a 10Q, if you've never read the risk disclosures, you're not going to get on this panel. If you've read the risk and made the statement in public, like some of these guys have, that those risks are on there to keep us from buying, to keep us from holding, you're not going to be on this panel because you're not living in a world of reality. The risks are risks, and you should have read that at any point in the last 2.5 years because almost all of them came true. And this company discloses every quarter exactly where every dollar goes. Open up the income statement, look at the expenses, read the management discussion on income and expenses. When you can talk about that, you can be on this panel.
I'm looking at Twitter right now, and some guy posted a picture of Obama, and he's like, what would you do if this guy offered you to be his personal chef?
I think one other fun thing to talk about would be this nonstop drumbeat that everybody is paid by AMC and Adam Aaron. We kind of kicked that off here at the beginning by having Grandpa Barney explain that he's a lineman working on electrical power lines. He's not secretly Adam Aaron or pushing any agenda. But I'd like to give Mediocre, Steven, Mike, are any of y'all paid by AMC in any fashion or a hedge fund to push your opinion or to formulate your thoughts? Are you given talking points?
I mean, Tony, listen, I don't even have a monetized YouTube channel. I mean, I only spoke with Adam Aaron because Massalori and I agreed to meet up and ask him tough questions, which I wanted to do on camera, which he refused to do. Which I get it, you know. He didn't want to answer tough questions. I actually have the questions right here that I asked him. I'm not going to go over them again because it's water under the bridge. What's done is done. But no, I am definitely not paid by Adam Aaron in any way, shape, or form. I make my own trading decisions based on my own research.
Mike, are you paid by a hedge fund to push all this negative sentiment on Adam Aaron?
Well, the checks did clear, so I would say yes. But nah, you know what, man? It's like if Grandpa Barney knows this firsthand exactly what I do. I know a couple of you guys know things that I do outside of my occupation and so forth. The last thing that I ever need is money that's going to be dirty money. And I'd rather tell the truth and be straight up with it, whether you like me or not. I may not be everybody's cup of tea, but one thing I'm going to tell you is what I feel and my thoughts and opinions and ideas. And that's just how I roll, you know. And I also said this, if I got paid or somebody offered me money and I took it, I'd be like, hey, you know what? I took this money. And yes, that's it, you know.
It's actually if you're paid by a company to promote their stock, it is a legal requirement to disclose it.
Yeah.
Steven, are you paid?
Well, if you added up all the rewards that I've gained from AMC, I mean, it's a couple $100. I mean,
you mean your A-list rewards?
So AMC does compensate me. It's in a bonus form, Tony, in the app.
Steven, there's a lot of conspiracy theorists here. You better clarify what you're saying so it's very clear to the people who have no ability to discern humor or sarcasm. How are you getting AMC benefits?
No, I'll let him run with it. I don't care.
Exactly. Let it be, bro.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Every like a week or so.
And yeah, speaking for myself, I know I get accused of this like 20 times a day. Nobody has ever one time in any fashion paid me or promised me anything. I'm blocked by most of the pumpers on Twitter. KC Shaw, Sojka, Travis. Pip, they all block me. I'm very unpopular in the AMC community, even though I'm bullish and I see a fuck ton of movies and spend a lot on concessions. I have my own independent thoughts that I come up with out of reading filings and looking at financial statements. Nobody's compensated me in any way ever, other than, you know, YouTube revenue. And nobody's promised me anything. I saw poor Randall Cornett. He tried to go defend himself and he said, no, nobody's paying me. And they said, well, Randall, okay, maybe nobody's paying you, but they might have promised you something later. Like there's no winning with these. There's no winning with these people. There's no answer for them that is sufficient. Therefore, the only thing to do is ignore them because they are Looney Tunes.
But this is my whole point, right? It's like no matter what you say, you can't appease everybody. You can't, please 100% of the people. You might as well just be real with it.
Yep.
Just say what's on your mind because, like, I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I say what I say. People don't like it. Hey, it is what it is. At the end of the day, I'm going to go to bed, put my head on the pillow, and I'm going to sleep, and my family's taken care of. I'm straight. Your opinion is not going to sway me either or. I've been in this Discord with all you guys at the time of the arbitrage when it came to and AMC. And everybody in the Discord still, was like, hey, this is the way to go. But for me, I was the only one that said, no, this is a better decision for myself. To stand alone like that, it's not uncommon. It's so rare these days that people don't do that or, too worried about other people's feelings. I just don't understand that. Never have. I'm 49 years old. I give a fuck about your feelings. You want to be
that was like the last stop.
I think the funny thing,
Opportunity for you to get out.
the funny thing,
To the last second.
the funny
Still
thing,
out of it, though.
the funny thing, Mike, we
to the last second, luckily you made it out on the other side, but there's a people who looked at that little pop and they didn't care. So we had in the Discord all the same discussions we had on camera on YouTube lives every single night, right? There was no secret information that we didn't talk about. And still, even within the Discord, hundreds of people on multiple Discords, everybody still made up their own mind and everybody did different things. Some just held, some bought a little more ape, some at a strategic point swapped their AMC for ape. There was no marching orders. We just share information and people digest it and make up their own minds.
I remember very well when me and Bear were on watching After Hours, waiting on Judge Zern, and when when she denied it, and AMC ran up, that's when Owning the Float got out, and it dropped it. Me and Trader were selling everything we had and bought the shit out of the
Yeah. Speaking of that, Grandpa, I want to thank Tony for reading the fucking file while we were doing that.
Tony, you literally fell on the knife for us.
I took a knife in the heart so you guys could get rich. Yeah.
Tony's like, I really need to read this right now. I know I should be trading, but I should read this.
I'm reading the filing out loud to these guys as they're loading up at 65 cents. And by the time I said it's definitely time to buy, it was already shooting back up to where my cost basis was. You had a period of minutes to get that trade in. You motherfuckers. Tech.
What's interesting now is our price now is below every analyst that I know. Other than Rich Greenfield, we're pretty much sitting at a price. I think even the downgrade of my city was like $4.10. So I'm waiting for someone to actually give a buy signal. Although that's not going to happen anytime soon. But it's very interesting. We're below every analyst unbelievable right now.
Brad Boy, that's what I was saying earlier. I said we're due for an analyst upgrade. I just don't know when it's going to happen.
See, here's what Steven and I have been talking about over the past few days. Do you mind if I spit this out, Steven, or what?
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
And Tony's been involved in this conversation too. But we've been talking about AMC getting their revolving credit reestablished because it's due in March, right?
The covenant waiver expires at the end of March.
Right. So if that gets renewed before the earnings, this is my thought. This is what I think could possibly happen. we may get some sort of a spike because that got approved. And this is one of my things where I say stocks just don't trade sideways. They have to have ebbs and flows, ups and downs, right? So we get a possible spike on that news, which allows the shorts to come back in and short down on the bad earnings. That's what I think. But Steven and I went back onto the chart in the past to see what happened during those time frames, and we could see exactly kind of what I just said is a possible outcome.
And I agree with that. It's the reason why I see bullish being in the short term. Even though I think bankruptcy is in the long term. Again, that's just my opinion. People don't understand this. There's different scenarios that play out. Just because I think one thing long term does not mean I just completely stay away from all the money that's possibly there to be made. We're here to make money. We're here to make fucking money.
Yeah, I'm looking at the week in 2023, like the week before they announced the debt covenant waiver extension. The stock was trading post reverse split at around 47 to $57 for that week of January 20th, and by early March it had reached a high of $75. So that was almost 70 to 100% gain in the following weeks. It dipped for several weeks and then it ran up for several weeks. So who knows? I'm curious to see what happens this time.
I'm paying attention, Tony.
And we all know too that if there's a run up, there's a pop, and there's money to be made in the short term, I'll be exiting my position, just to be clear. But also when it goes back down and retraces, everybody knows here, more than likely, I'm having puts on it and trying to play to the downside as well. Money to be made. People don't like to hear that. That is the truth.
I think it's also important to know that, I think the short interest is like 10 or 11%, but that's good. That's disclosed. And maybe it's like really 15%, who knows? But to the extent shorts are in profit, and I'm sure they're in ridiculous profit, it's just like retail. We don't take profits, but it's only profit on paper. So they only can get their profit when they close their short positions. And if this is a very retracted price, if this pops up, you may see some of those institutional players who take their profits and close their positions because they're not going to probably get a more attractive price unless they really believe it's going bankrupt. So I'm expecting some, but again, I don't really believe it's 10%. I think it's higher than that. Who knows how high it really is, though.
I kind of like this guy, Rat Boy.
I see a little bit of convo going on in the YouTube comments about, are we day traders or are we apes? And I know from talking to these guys that almost every one of them, along with me, lost money holding the stock from 2021 into 2023. And if I'm wrong, you guys correct me. But as I said, all right. But as I said, I made a lot of money before I started YouTube in May and early June 2021, buying shares and buying calls and selling those calls into that run up to $70. And I started my channel in July, a couple months later, after we got back from the wedding and the honeymoon, because I was mad at Trey and Matt for what I felt was encouraging people not to sell into that run up, because I would have been telling you I'm selling, and we went from a couple dollars to $70. Fucking sell it. But along with you guys, I lost a lot of money because I bought more shares with some of those profits in 2021 and rode it all the way down until I finally converted at an opportune time when APE and AMC got really spread. I converted all my AMC into APE, and then I was able to get out of that when the judge's decision, which I'd been telling you for a year would happen. When that happened like I thought it would, I got out and I waited for the dilution to hit, and then I got back in.
Tony, I won't say that I lost money, because I don't think that I lost money. I may have broken even on my original position. I am underwater now. As you know my position. So, but I didn't profit on AMC, but I protected my position. I did my 5 whys, Tony, and protected my position.
I really thought that we would have a second squeeze in 2021. That's why I bought more shares. But there was zero chance that I would ever lose money in AMC because of how much I made before I started YouTube.
To be clear, Tony, my 5 whys are understandable. Yeah, I wish I had 5 wives. No, I have 1 wife. She's part of my 5 whys. I'll say that. So yeah, I mean, my family comes first. Okay, I'm not going to lose my money on a stock. It was clear what was going to happen. Whether people dislike what I did or don't dislike what I did what I did because it was right for me. And that's all that matters to me. I'm just here giving my opinion of what I see coming. Whether you want to believe me or not, or think I have anything of value to say, that's up to you to decide. I'm just here saying what I think is going to happen.
Someone asked, "What do you think the chances of of another dilution next week?" We're 27 days into January, and we haven't got news of any more dilution. So I think that they were trying to fix up the books as much as they could, the balance sheet and the income statement with the raising the cash and doing the debt for equity swaps. And I'm hoping my probability analysis is that they are done for the time being, at least up into this earnings. And I think they want to see how the first couple quarters go. And if they're bad, we could be, if they burn a bunch of cash, then there might be another dilution. But I think it's low probability, not impossible that there's another one soon. But
The issue is,
I'm not worried
is that
about it
people
right
don't
now.
Understand how to evaluate the risk, right? The risk on AMC right now is very low. And
Right.
You would think that because the price has gotten pummeled, that it's high risk for bankruptcy. But if you dig in, you look at the historical, the overhead supply.
He's not going to dilute at this price.
No, the company is very
He's
overall.
expecting something to happen,
I think they have enough cash to survive this year, and that was their goal. And so I hope that they're done for the time being. But is there potentially another big one coming? Maybe.
Yeah.
Hold up that big. If we get a very large pop,
Right. That's where they want to sell. They want to sell into the next run up.
Okay, but when the price goes up, right, then your risk becomes higher.
Right.
We're not talking
Right.
about that. I think that's the concept, Tony, that people don't really understand. Like how can it be so low risk at such a low price? I think that's something that we could flesh out to help.
If there is a
risk really quick is that, sorry, Tony.
Go ahead.
Risk real quick. I think it needs to be said that all of us, I know you, Stephen, were in before I was, which is in 2020. I was in January 2021. The problem is that there was a lot of people telling retail to stick with the reverse 6 conversion, and these influencers or YouTubers or whoever they were saying that they're holding through. Now you're on the other side of it and you're decimated. There's almost like there's no hope because it's like might as well just stay here, and there's no hope to have anything else. When in turn it's a whole new game, it's a whole new strategy. The only thing is that you gotta have new money, new capital, and people don't want to tell you that. It's like, we were in early enough where we didn't chase. We didn't buy in the 30s and 40s and 50s.
Right.
And that, I think that's it separates a lot of people because a lot of people have really high dollar cost averages. They need AMC to go to $50, $75, $100 now, and possibly hundreds of dollars, which in turn, it's like, it almost looks hopeless. What we're talking about is the now. We're not talking about what happened before.
Right. Float. I'm talking about
Exactly. I agree with you, Flo. And I'll add to that, and I'll say, Adam Aaron knew this was going to happen, right? That was the whole purpose of what he did, to bring in new shareholders, because he already drained those shareholders. I'm not saying what he did was right, but that happened. You can't take that back. It's already done. And the reason I'm saying this is because, I'm not telling anybody what to do, but if you're going to try to repair your position, I would say now is probably one of the better times to do so if you're in that situation where you can do it, you know?
You know, and one of the things that people used to always say, like, how am I able to be at the early times so positive about AMC? Because I got in very early, and my dollar cost average was always below the price. Even when it went to $14 back down to $8, my dollar cost average was still low. And so I've been greening AMC most of the time until I think it was like 2 weeks right before they had the rejection of the court. I guess the court ruling was sent back, and I was red for those 2 weeks for the first time in almost 2.5 years. And that makes a huge difference on how you feel and so forth and be able to hold. And that's why when it popped up, the first two things that I did, I called Grandpa Barney and I called AB Investments. I didn't even tell my better half that I sold. I just started selling boom, 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 because this was my only opportunity. And once I told them, I was talking to AB, I think Grandpa was working at the time. And I talked to AB, and him and I went live together right there. And I said, because I always said, when I sell, I'm going to tell everybody exactly when I'm selling. And the number one thing that I got from people was like, what about your YouTube channel? I don't care about that. I don't care about it. It's about telling the truth, about being upfront, and I sold. And some people were upset. Some people were, thank you for saying that. On Twitter, I know I got attacked for it. But overall, I think the sentiment was, wow, he actually came up and he said what he was going to do. You know, and I think that's another huge difference is that people still today, even though your accounts are decimated, you're down these massive percentage points on your brokerages. There's still people saying, hey, we have them right where we want them. Hey, it's going to squeeze. Hey, it's going to do this. We have a MOAS. The spring is loading. Like, come on. Like you cannot be real with it. You have to change the narrative at some point because of the circumstances. Nothing stays the same. And it's definitely not the same from 2021 as it's now in 2024. Different game, different everything when it comes to AMC.
Yep.
No, I agree. And that's why I'm grateful that I never got my YouTube channel monetized, right? I never pushed for monetization. I never really gave a shit. And so I did what I did, and people can hate on me for what I did. Well, it is what it is. I did what I did because it was right for me, just like you did. You preserved your capital. Why? So that you could live to fight another freaking day, you know? And that's what it's really about. What is a point? You know, we saved AMC. Retail investors saved AMC. I was in a position for the 2 years, I was green the whole time up until the bitter end when I went red, and I had to do what I had to do to exit safely, and I did. You know, I don't understand why people have to hate on people who protected themselves, right? Everybody said it's all up to your individual self what you can do. Now they want you to hold when you know you're going to lose money. I mean, it's obvious. So
there was a comment that was made after I sold, and people knew I sold at a $2 profit, right, per share. And there was a comment that sticks out a lot. It says, I would have more respect for you if you sold at a loss. My reply is like, what kind of shit is that? Like, who thinks that way? You have more respect for me if I sold at a loss, but because I made a $2 profit per share, which is different, not a MOAS, you have more respect for me if I sold at a loss?
I'd say that's someone you don't need to worry about their opinion, Mike.
Agree.
So here's the thing. This whole panel, every one of us held to $72 and back down again.
No.
Every fucking one of us.
Right.
You know?
Oh, sorry, guys. Not me.
Mediocre. I was selling into that run up, and then I bought after it came back down.
Now, I had options on the run up in June. I had the $40 calls. I also had some 20s, I think. So I made a nice chunk of change, to be honest with you. I made a decent amount. And what I did is I took that money off the table because those were options. But I still held my shares. And that was my way of actually dollar cost averaging myself down even further by taking profits. And people were like, well, just buy right back in. No, because that's not the smart thing to do. Now, did I know that it was going to keep going down and down? No, I did not. If I did, I would have sold at 50 and 40 and 30, but I didn't. And that's the thing, is like we've all held through. But I don't know where people come up. It's like they don't want you to make money or even have other opportunities to make money. I never understood that. I want everybody to be successful if you can in any facet of your life. I don't care what it is. I want you to be successful. I want you to do good. I want you to be great.
That's what this panel all has in common. It's true, and that's the whole purpose of this space call is to get that message out, right? Like, instead of having people bash us for what we did, it's kind of crazy that they even do that.
I want to be clear. I had mostly call options. I had some shares, but mostly call options into that 2021 run up. And the first thing that you should sell is your options, because they're going to get decimated if the price comes back down. I don't remember, that was 2 years ago. I have to go back and look at my trading records if I sold any shares that I had or not. But I remember I made a fuck ton of money on the call options because I was buying them almost every day for a week before the run up. Maybe 2 weeks. I forget. Whenever I found Trey. Sparky Buchata says, going back to what I was talking about earlier about the dilution question, are they going to dilute more? If you haven't watched my Q4 expectations video, I talked about this, that some of the debt for equity swap, as Sparky says in his comment here, I talked about this on my video, that will show up on the income statement as non-cash income. So I think they were doing some creative accounting, I call it, to help bump up the earnings per share numbers. I don't know that it'll be enough to get a positive earnings for Q4, but I think all of that was carefully designed to happen before the end of the year 2023. Both raising cash to fix the balance sheet and the debt for equity swaps, which can translate into non-cash income on the income statement.
Hey, Tony, really quick before anything else, I'm going to dip out. I got some scootering to do with my daughter and some of the kids out here. We're going to hang out. So I'm going to dip out and go do daddy things. But I just want to say before I leave, just much love to everybody. God bless you all. Hope everybody has a blessed weekend. And look to try to better yourself in any facet, whether it's financial, whether it's family, and just I want everybody to prosper because at the very end, we're all here to make money, but also family comes first more than money. So just God bless you. And if you don't like what I have to say, that's totally understand. You're entitled to your own opinion. And I welcome any opinions. I'm just totally fine by that, with me. So just much love. God bless. I got to get out of here. Everybody have a great weekend. And I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care.
Thank you, Mike.
Later, Mike.
I talked to him. He drops in the Discord almost every day. I talk to him, and we argue just about on everything. Like, he and I don't agree on a lot of stuff, but I appreciate that he can still be an adult about it, and that's why he's here today, to be an advocate for the people that clearly have a different opinion than me or others on the panel, but still be able to talk like not a 5-year-old. With the insults and the name calling and the whining, he can advocate for them in an adult manner, and I think that's good for everybody to hear both sides.
I think another interesting point Alex raises the fact that the press keeps talking about this company in very negative ways. Remember, the press they're really owned by institutional players. They own these companies. They pay the writers, and the more they keep talking about it, bashing it, even at these prices, the more I'm bullish on it, because they're doing it for a reason. They need you to sell your shares. They want you depressed. It's all part of market psychology. And the moment they start flipping bullish is when I want to get the hell out of the stock. Right now, I eat this up. This is like they're talking about it, trashing it at all-time lows, and you should really feel bullish about that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I find myself being sort of a contrarian investor to echo what you said, that the lower the price and the more negative the sentiment, if my long-term outlook is still bullish, the more interested I am. And then when it starts running up, the more nervous I get. Like, all right, I start looking for my exit. And I'm not going to miss the next exit.
I mean, there are thousands of small cap stocks out there that got pummeled, in the bear market, and they keep talking about this stock constantly. Is it really that attractive? Is it really bringing that many ratings? I don't think so. I think there's players that are still on the wrong side of this trade that are very powerful, and they really need people to drop out of this.
How could they? Oh, okay. I was gonna ask. Let me ask you this, because you seem like a rational person, and we've never talked before. My thought is, how could people still be on the wrong side of the trade, considering how low the price is? And I think I know what your answer is going to be. How could they be on the wrong side of the trade, considering that, pre-split we're at 40 cents, and the fact that, Adam has made almost 100 million shares available to the market. So what's your first response to that? I'm just
My
curious.
first response is just watching the trades go through and understanding that every person, if there's really 3 or 4 million shareholders, not even accounting for the institutional holders, should only have a 50 or 60 trades. And every trade, I can't even find a trade that's going for 60 shares. There are hundreds of thousands at a time. So I believe there are hundreds of millions or billions of shares out there in the world in all brokerages that shouldn't exist. I just do. Just watching, I can't prove that, of course.
Yeah.
That's just what I believe, you know. And I watched this trade with like GameStop and other meme baskets. They move together. They're completely different companies, completely different fundamentals, but they're moving bar to bar with each other. A computer is controlling these. And yes, obviously, rationally, they should get out. They should close. But have you seen the price move up in a way that would suggest anyone is closing anything? Why aren't they?
The only thing I
can come up with is they're not closing. They're not stupid people. Usually, like a hedge fund, if you're up 10%, like Antara was, you get out. They're not looking to make thousands of percent, but they're not getting out, and they're up hundreds of percent. Why is that? And my only conclusion is they need cash to do that. And right now, banks are liquid. People are moving their money out of their deposits. Their treasury portfolios are red. So I don't think they have the liquidity to close, even if they are in profit, without causing something bad to happen. Like they have to sell all their long positions. And I don't think regulators want that, which is why I personally think AA is working with regulators to help unwind some of these positions. But we'll see.
So your opinion is then that the reported short interest is clearly not correct?
It's 100% not correct in my opinion. Yes,
all right.
And
whether
they're FTDs or whatever they are, statics, it's not correct.
When I floated this question before, the most logical answer that I don't really have other than, yeah, I see your point. If there were hundreds of millions more shares out there that are under the carpet somewhere, if they tried to close them, that would drive the price up. So they can't close it. They can only just keep on turning on the negative sentiment. I could understand that argument if that's.
Or they'll close it in a controlled, regulated way at very low prices, and then try to unravel it.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I don't discount that there could be synthetics. I just on my channel don't talk about them because I know
you don't. You're very responsible. I'm definitely more conspiratorial than you are, 100%.
So can I add to that a minute?
Yeah.
Here's my problem I have with the synthetic argument, right? I'm not saying that there's not, because believe me, for a long time I believed in them as well, and I'm not saying that they're not there. Our problem is the only policing office we have is the SEC. Am I wrong?
You are correct, 100% correct.
All right, so if the SEC isn't going to do anything about it, and they haven't done anything about it, what makes people think that they're going to do something about it? That's the only.
I don't know they're arguing about it, which is why I don't know if the CFO asked for a squeeze. But at these prices, I believe it's even if there's no covering events, I think that long term. Again, these institutions think very long term. They don't care about 2 or 3 years, but 5, 6 years. They're happy to hold a red position for a long time. They're diversified. They have risk managers. Retail wants to get in and out. They can't wait 2 years. It's too long for them. So for me, I'm fine. If I need to be red for 3, 4, 5 years, I don't really care. I put money in that I can afford to lose.
So my next question would be then, if that's the case, then you don't think the SEC knows about it? So
no, I think that it would. I think that they're. I get this whole conjecture. I think that they know about it. Even in their SEC report to GameStop, they said that the shorts never fully covered their positions. So, and even when GameStop, this is really AMC, but when GameStop gave their dividend, it was 100% owner of both companies, a large owner of both companies. They didn't do a process dividend. It was it was treated as a split, and that's so it was all kinds of garbage going on with both equities. So I think something big is going on. Not just these two stocks. I think the whole small cap sector was shorted to smithereens with COVID, and I don't think there was a covering event. And I think a lot of powerful players are probably maybe they're in profit, but to close their positions, they're going to need to come up with significant liquidity, and that's liquidity they don't think they have right now, without selling all the blue chips and everything else.
All right.
So, we'll see what plays out.
Can we bring up a new speaker?
The only point I was trying to make, though, is very simply, okay, the fact that I know for a fact that especially in AMC, retail investors were contacting the SEC. The SEC is well aware that we all believe that there were synthetics. And the reason how I know this is because I personally called the SEC myself and filed a complaint. So the thing I was trying to say is that the SEC knows retail's feeling on synthetics and such, and they're not doing anything about it.
What do they do, mediocre?
Every stock has. Probably every single stock traded has synthetics.
They
Gold and silver ETFs. It's not based on. It's all everything's rehypothecated in our economy. And I think it's probably because every single trader, every single ticker probably has zillions of synthetics. It's probably not just unique to AMC and GameStop, but yeah, who knows? And then,
what do they do? They make a game show ad mocking us. All right, I was trying to bring Big Ads up. Do you guys see him as requesting? I tried to give him a microphone. He was requesting a mic. I hit make him a speaker, and then he disappeared. Mediocre, do you see him?
No, I don't see any requests.
I'll send him a message.
No, I don't see any requests. He must be gone. Nope.
Well, Big Ads, if you're listening, come back in the call and request again, and we'll get you up to ask your question. And I think we're going to wrap this up in about 15 minutes. Steven or Mediocre, Rad Boy, do you have any other topics that we need to cover?
I mean, if anybody else has a question in the chat that might want to get something answered, we can try that.
Let me see what other questions people have in the chat. Yeah, and we talk about rehypothecation from time to time also. That is another way that shares can legally be replicated out there. I'm a Professional says the country will fall before the market. I don't know. I still think there's a good chance of a market correction this year. I hope that there's not, but I worry about it.
Yeah, it's I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. It's interesting what's been transpiring. As far as interest rates and all that stuff. I do believe there's corruption all around. So
Beverly says the same thing. She agrees with you, Mediocre. Wall Street is corrupt. I feel a bit slow-mode for the last 3 years. Never sold. I think all of us agree unequivocally that the market is corrupt. The SEC is not trying to do us any favors. And therefore, I've had to adjust how I look at some of these plays to not have all my capital evaporated. The amount that I have allocated to these speculative plays, I'm not willing to watch it go to zero. I want to stay in the game, to keep on pressing for market change, regulation change. This is going to be a very long, multi-year, maybe decade-long process, and it might not even get addressed until the next market crash and all of the bad things that were in play get revealed through congressional hearings. So I want to see you guys stay in the game, not get ridden down to zero and get demoralized and become, bitter and broke.
is there anybody in the Space Claw who'd like a voice to say something before we close out?
Mediocre, I can't.
Here's your chance for a mic.
Tony, can you give me the co-host so I can see?
Yeah, hang on a sec.
Steven, you got anything to say, Ed?
Okay, I kind of talked about my thesis earlier.
The bad ape?
Yeah. I think now AMC is a very low-risk play, and I know people are frustrated. The stock price is down 99% for a lot of people, but that was the past, and the next 2 years don't reflect a price that we're currently getting today. I mean, if you look at 22, You know, they did that. Can you hear me?
We hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. And in 22, you know, they did the stock split dividend with Ape that doubled the flow.
Who's talking, Tony?
Steven's talking.
And
Oh, here, I'm gonna mute.
so, Tony, that stock split dividend, it essentially acted as dilution, right? That was risky. And then on top of it, he slammed another 425 million. That was risky. That turned the float into 1.5. At that point in time, I knew personally the stock would never squeeze pre-conversion. There was just simply too many shares, right? And I think a lot of people overcomplicate this and just you need to look at the shares. And in 24, though, it's a different story. You know, we have 280 million remaining until we hit the authorized amount. So going from 158 to 550, you're talking 392 million dilution. But by the time it gets maxed out, right? That's still 70-ish% less dilution going forward than what we just recently experienced, right, in the last 2 years. So if the box office comes back, they hit their pre-pandemic numbers in revenue, they get some cash flow, it's obvious, even from an accounting perspective, that the company's does not have much more dilution or really bad catalysts going forward, assuming they can achieve free cash flow. Like, when I look at this play, I look at, okay, I'm getting it at the all-time low, and I'm making a bet that they're going to achieve free cash flow within, I'd say, 2 years, right? And I think that's the way that you guys got to look at it, rather than looking at what happened in the past. Like, I don't agree with some of the actions Adam took, or, you know, some of the market mechanics we discussed earlier a little bit. I look at it like, what can I do now? What's the solution now? And the way to do that is to look at the way that the stock's trading. Like, does anyone in here think that it's not worth $4?
Nope. I don't think that it's not worth $4.
Right. So it's like, you know, everyone loves AMC when the stock runs up. I've been in this stock thing for so damn long. Like, I know that the community acts a certain way when the stock's trading at 25, and they act a certain way when it's trading at 5. And they're both extremes. This stock moves on emotions, right? So at some point, most likely, if the cards fall our way, it will go up, right? But do you ask yourself this, like, do you think that by, like, say at the end of this year, you'll get $4? Or do you think you'll get like a better price? Like, I don't. I think that we're at the bottom or very damn close to it. And not only that, looking forward, you're looking at much less dilution. And you're looking at a full slate of movies and actually getting on the right side of the media, because we've been on the wrong side of it for the last 2 years.
Jim Eagle has thank you for that bullish thesis, Stephen. And I agree with you, even though we don't know exactly what's going to happen and the price could go down, there is reason to be, there is a case to make a bullish case at this point. Jim Eagle, he's talking about, I think his question relates to our discussion on, are there hundreds of millions more or billions of synthetic shares? And Jim brings up a good point that I brought up before. Why did none of these synthetic shares vote on the conversion? Because, I mean, what percentage of total shareholders voted in the last election that we had? It was like 28%. You would think, if there's a billion shareholders, even if not all of you got to vote or your broker didn't submit your vote, if there were billions or quadrillions of us holding shares out there, where's the votes? Where's the votes? I think that's a valid question.
Most people don't vote. I'm a radiologist in a very large practice. I think I have 7 colleagues that own AMC, and no one ever votes anything. People don't vote.
All right. I mean, that's the only valid answer. It's just like voter apathy, or they were overseas and they weren't presented the opportunity. There's a lot of potential logical answers to that, but it is something that I think about, Jim, and something that weighs on my mind against billions of synthetics. I think that we would see higher vote counts closer to at least the total share count. But everybody has a different opinion, and that's fine.
But the problem, Tony, is you can't do anything about it.
Right.
At the end of the day, It doesn't matter if there's trillions or there's two. Like this is a mute topic. I
It-
think a lot of people waste their energy
Yes.
sitting here complaining about synthetics or this or that. Like market mechanics are market mechanics.
Yeah.
If you don't like the way the market is ran, you shouldn't.
Every fucking play thinks there's billions of synthetics, and I've watched many of them get ridden down to zero. So that is not in my calculus about what I do with my trading. You know what I'm saying?
It's so just unfortunate how people sit there and they hone in on things they can't control. Like what can you control, right? Versus which can't you control. Nobody will ever know. It doesn't matter. It has no effect on your price.
Daddy Warbuck says, is it low risk with the 2026 bonds maturing? Not trying to spam, just would like your thoughts. I think we all think that the 2026 debt is going to be rolled out another 5 years, but we don't know exactly when we will get that announcement. I guess if I take the preponderance of the votes that I've heard from people that I respect, the thought is weighted closer to the end of this year. I was thinking middle of this year, but we'll find out. I'm certainly no bond expert, but I know that they need to refinance it. And so I'm expecting that they will, but the timing has to be right for the company and for whoever's going to take on that new debt. Sapientia said, ask your question in the chat, Sapientia, and I'll read your question. He doesn't have a Twitter. He wanted to share some thoughts. Jim says price could easily go to $2. It was a $400 million company at the end of 2020, but we had no revenue. Theaters were closed. There was no real insight. Movie production was stopped. I think, comparing the market cap now at $1 billion to a 400 million market cap in 2020, I think we're reasonably priced on market cap. I just don't see it going down to a 2020 level. And I'm not talking about price because you got to look at market cap, not price. Market cap at our worst was, I think, 400 or 500 million when nothing was happening. And we're not in that scenario. Revenues are growing. The industry is growing. Where it ends up at, where it tops out at, that's what we're all waiting on. That's TBD. And that is the bull versus bear argument right now. Where is it going to top out at? All right, 3 minutes left. Paolo says Tony was pushing for the RS. I disagree. All my videos are still up, Paolo. I very carefully tried to say in every video that I made talking about the reverse split that I would not disclose in advance how I was going to vote. And I very carefully tried to explain my opinions on what would happen if a yes vote happened and a no vote happened. So I gave equal time to both and shared my opinion. And my opinion was and still remains, if the no vote would have gone through, the company would have eventually, within a couple quarters, ended up in bankruptcy because they had no shares. They had no ability to raise cash other than APE. And that would have plummeted down to, a dime, 5 cents, 20 cents. And they would not, even if they would have raised cash through that mechanism, you would have been diluted in your AMC shares because it's all the same equity. It's all reported on the same earnings statement, on the income statement. Your ownership would have been diluted and the shorts would have just loved that. That is my opinion. That has not changed. And I'm allowed to share my opinion about what I think would happen in either scenario. I never told anybody how to vote. I love that, people try and twist it, but I don't think that you'll find a video where I said, you better vote yes. And I went further on to say that the reverse split and conversion would not be a catalyst event for the stock price. I said AMC would come down and APE would go up. I don't know how much more clear I could have been. But people like to do revisionist history, so. Mediocre, you still around?
Absolutely, I'm listening.
You were on a lot of those live streams. Am I being disingenuous on how I covered the vote over that 1 year period?
No, we've had many conversations about what was going to happen, and you were very diplomatic on how you did it, more so than I was. I was blunt. I knew what was going to happen, and you knew what was going to happen. But you put out a spreadsheet that gave people all the scenarios of if you did this, this would happen. If you did this, this would happen, and it came true based on everything we discussed. I mean, you gave people the info, and it was up to them to choose what they decided. And I appreciate that because you know what? I didn't want to do that because people at that time, you took all the hate.
I'm still taking it. Look at Paulo in the comments saying BS on my answer. Oh, Lordy. Sorry, Paulo. Go back and watch the videos, my friend.
I mean,
Now,
how could they say that when you clearly had a spreadsheet that gave them all the answers?
yeah, I don't know. I know I never made any statement to my knowledge that said, you better vote yes. I'm voting yes. If you don't vote yes, I did think that I did say that if the no votes carried the day, that I would probably exit the play because the company's going to end up in bankruptcy. But that's exactly what would have happened, in my opinion. And the invitation is still open to any certified CPA that wants to come on and make the case. The invitation's been open for a long time. No one's taken me up on it. Make the case for me. Let's go back through the financials from a year ago. Make the case to me that this company would have not ended up in bankruptcy if they didn't have the ability to raise money.
That's the thing. Look at how anybody who says that, it blows my mind because after conversion and reverse split, which was dilution, by the way, so let's clear that up right now. Conversion and reverse split was a form of dilution. APE was a dilution tool. We can. That's already been proven. And then after that, how many times we were diluted? Why they think if the yes vote never happened, why they think they would have survived it? It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. All the people pushing these narratives never talk about the financials because all they cared about was a short squeeze. And I get that. I wanted a short squeeze too.
Exactly.
But I mean, at some point I've watched too many of these companies do these votes. They end up getting their way. And it was very inevitable to me to know how this was going to end up. And the legal case did not stack up in my mind. That the judge was going to decide in the no voters' favor. And I was very consistent on that because that was my belief. And even though it would be bad for us in the short term, like right now, it did save the company from imminent bankruptcy.
Look what the Delaware courts said overall for all companies about reverse split when they made that ruling.
You mean the Delaware Congress?
When they made the ruling that companies don't need shareholder votes.
They changed the law in Delaware right around the time that case was being decided to give the companies the ability to do a reverse split without even asking for it.
Exactly.
These companies are always going to get their way. And if people would be a little more savvy and stop thinking you can buck the fucking system, you'll make better decisions. All right. It is 5 o'clock my time. We've been going for what? About a little over 3 hours now. I think we covered a lot of good ground. I know not everybody is going to agree with everything that we talked about, because we're talking about things from a non-conspiratorial basis for the most part. We're looking at filings and financials and forecasts for the industry, and we're basing all of our own DD in this group and on my channel on what are likely outcomes with the things that we know about? What are the things that we need to be worried about? What are the potential bonus things that could happen? And what are the probabilities of outcomes based on that? There are a whole another set of channels and influencers. If your thing is synthetics and naked shorts and FTDs, you can go listen to them. This is just an alternate forum to provide you guys a different perspective, and why we are all of us bullish on the stock at this price. Doesn't mean we're going to be right. Doesn't mean that 407 is the bottom, but we're looking out for the most part a year from now, 2025. So we may have different time frames than some of you.
And, I'd just like everybody to understand, like, we're here to have open dialogue with the community. It's not about who's right, who's wrong, who's this, who's that. I personally don't care if I'm right or wrong, it's more about the information that's being put out, right?
Or the lack of information that's being put out. There's too many echo chambers. Wouldn't you agree?
I do agree with that, and you don't hear anybody talking about the stuff that we talk about. When you hear anything about the box offices in 2025 or about the writer's strike or the actor's strike, what the outcome of that is going to be. They don't talk about that.
We warned very early on about the devastating effects of the actors and writers strike, and people are like, "Oh, you're making too much of it." No, it just fucked up our whole 2024, and we were talking about that 6-7 months ago when it started. But people don't want to think about the negatives. I always try and look at every investment. What's the upside? What's the downside? Let's be a realist about what's going on here so we can make good decisions.
I just want everybody to know that we're going to continue to come out and talk about this. And I encourage people to come and listen, whether you agree with us or don't agree with us. Maybe you'll pick something up and you'll be able to ask some of the other people who you do follow or don't follow questions or whatever. Whatever. It's just about an open dialogue about the company, which we all hold. We all have the same, we all want the same thing in the end, right? And that's profitability. And, that's ultimately what we're looking at. And I want everybody to be profitable, as I know Tony does, and Steven, and Owning the Flow, and Grandpa Barney, and many others. We want everybody to succeed in this play. And, the fact of the matter is information is key. That's all. You should be able to get as much information as you want. And we just want to put out good information that I think is relevant.
One final comment here. I'm a professional says AMC will still have to pay the debt. Stop spreading disinfo. I don't know if he's commenting to us or someone else in the chat. So if you could clarify that, yeah, they will have to pay the debt at some point, but they are going to push it out. They're going to they're going to refinance it and push it out because they're not going to have the cash to pay it by 2026.
And anybody who doesn't think that they're going to get the debt pushed out, I would ask them if AMC is in a better position today than it was in the beginning of 2021 when they got the debt pushed out.
Yeah, they've gotten the debt refinanced in the last year or two, right? Some of it.
Exactly, yeah.
And they were much worse off then than they were now. The only thing that they're dealing with right now is high interest rates. So.
But, I mean, you won't hear this stuff talked about elsewhere, I guess.
All right, we got one last guest, Whisper, coming up. Just keep in mind, again, guys, this is an adult conversation. You got 60 seconds to ask your question or make your statement. If it's any bogus bullshit, you're going to be immediately blocked. That being said, let's bring him up.
There he is.
Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, it takes a little bit for me to get going here. I have issues with X, but listen, you keep saying that you guys don't hear this stuff anywhere, but all the spaces that I go into or hold, we talk about everything. The balance sheet, what's coming on as far as the future goes with AMC, what's being done at AMC, what's being sold at AMC, what shareholders can do to help the company if they want to. Everything gets talked about. There's nothing that's avoided.
I guess
Okay, so I don't know where you're coming from.
The
That
one-
you don't get this stuff.
the ones
on
that I'm
Spaces
talking
on
about,
X.
the ones that I'm talking about specifically are the ones that are very anti-AMC right now, very negative on the play.
The shills. Okay.
Well, I
Yeah.
think some of them are legit shareholders, but they've just become disillusioned because they were never focused on the financials, only on a short play, and they don't understand what's happening because they never read a 10Q. They never bothered to understand the financials. And I've never seen one of them go to a fucking movie. Like, I support the company. I support the company by going to see a lot of movies and spending a lot of money on concessions. That is, if you don't, one of the best things you can do is go buy some goddamn overpriced popcorn and Coke. That's the biggest margin item to support the company. So those are the ones that I'm talking about.
Popcorn, the take-home popcorn, the candy that just came out, merch that's being there. Those are all items that the market can't manipulate. Those are the things that shareholders, if they want to help the bottom line on the company, that's what they should work on, as well as the movies and the concessions while they're in there. It's a whole thing. You save the business. Now it's time to grow the company. And that's basically the bottom line of this whole thing.
I bought myself a bucket popcorn hat, baby, last night.
There are a few good people on Twitter that I follow that do talk about the financials, and I appreciate every single one of them. Stock Retail talks about the financials. Mike VOGR or whatever his name is. I'll drop you a follow, Whisper. I appreciate those people. We need more people explaining the reality and the numbers, because then things that are happening make a lot more sense. All the people that are running around mad and angry never bothered to understand any of that stuff.
We need to reunite everybody, though, and get them to relax. What happened in the past is done. It's over with, right? We can't change what already happened. So we got to understand where we're at today. And that's kind of what I think we're trying to do. And I don't know a lot. I don't come on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, hardly at all. I wasn't referring to X in my stuff. I was more referring to other social media type people, influencers.
Right. It's all about knowing what you own, and it's time to know what AMC is all about.
Yeah.
Well, there's a reason we all added last week. Everybody on this panel has been adding. That's not financial advice. Don't follow our trades. We're just here sharing our thoughts.
Well, I add whatever I can. I've been doing it since 21. So
We appreciate you. Thank you for coming up. All right. Speaking of Mike, I see him. Let's give him a mic real quick. One of the guys that I appreciate that covers what I think is very reasonable financial analysis. He's got a good handle on the play. Mike, you want to share some thoughts?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up like the other aspect of it. So there's a lot of other discussion that comes up that shorts didn't cover, or there's massive short interest or this or that. Well, you know what's going to force them out is in 2025, 2026, if we have a domestic box office of 11, 12, 13 billion, AMC's extremely financially profitable. They start paying a dividend or some other thing happens. Like that's gonna choke anybody who's short on the play out of it. So whether you believe it or you don't believe it or anything else, I think that's something that you need to keep in mind as well too.
We definitely talked about that earlier, Mike. I mean, the company size is set up to really start excelling over like 10.5, 11 billion domestic box office, then they really hit their stride. And really the bull versus bear case, the only thing that makes sense to me is if you're bearish, you think the box office is never going to reach that level. And if you're bullish, like you are and I am, you think that it has a chance. Now, do we know for sure that it will? No, we don't have a crystal ball, but we can look at the movies for 2025 and look at the analysts in the industry and the movie industry predictions for 2025 and be pretty certain it's going to be a lot better than 2023.
Oh yeah, and you can even look at like what's happening. If you kind of follow the industry, which I tend to do, like look what's happening with Amazon MGM now. So there was all this controversy about the Roadhouse movie going straight to Amazon. But in the last week, they just picked up 4 movies that are going straight to theatrical. Like these guys know where the money is. Netflix being the exception is the only streamer that's been able to make money in this industry without going theatrical. And there's a big shift in the industry that's kind of going back. Like they tried it. Day and date was the thing that happened. That's basically dead because nobody does that anymore because they know it doesn't work. Windows are expanding. Like I think Oppenheimer had like a 200-day theatrical window.
It's still showing here. Like it's still showing here.
There's a shift happening right now, and I think people have to pay attention.
Yeah, I don't understand the bearish thesis. They think that the industry is never going to recover and the blah, 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 blah. Okay, they're entitled to their opinion. I don't agree with it. I don't understand with it. Only time will tell, Mike, who's going to be right? I'd like
100%. Yeah.
I'd like to hear from the one. I see he is in. If you want to come up, the one, and share a few words. He's been a longtime supporter of the company. I'm just curious what his thoughts are. Grab a mic if you want to. If you don't, it's not a big deal.
I'd like to say hi to the one anyways. Long time no see, my friend.
Mike, do you have any guess on, we were just guessing when AMC might pull the trigger on rolling the debt, the 2026 debt?
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit before. I think that happens. I would kind of defer maybe to like someone like Markets with May, who's talked about that more. So she thinks more like 12 months.
Yeah.
I was thinking initially within the next 6. I guess there's 12 months probably does make more sense. It gives more time for rates to go down. But I think there is risk there, but I think a lot of people overstate that risk. I think the odds of debt not getting rolled out are so minimal, just based on the types of debt that are there, that it seems like if the reason why the price is $4 right now is because risk of bankruptcy or risk of debt not being rolled, I think Wall Street's like completely missing the boat on what's happening here. It's such an opportunity in my opinion. But I'm just a mouth breather who likes to play with spreadsheets. What do I know? But it seems completely out to lunch.
I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. And I'll take all the arrows in the back if I'm wrong. Don't follow my trading decisions. Please do your own DD. But I agree with you, Mike. I added a significant amount last week. And almost everybody on this panel has been adding in these ranges. So we're I think in alignment.
And if you're in it for a short squeeze, it's almost like that's like a bonus. But I think like even just like a reasonable fundamental valuation, in my opinion, is like if the box office recovers even close to 1.25 billion tickets sold, which is the 3-year pre-pandemic ticket average, the company's so profitable that any reasonable PE ratio, like you're hundreds of percent away from where just like a standard stock price would be, never mind a short squeeze or some big short covering event. For me, it seems like the way I invest, like I have a outsized position kind of going into AMC, every month when I do my investments kind of thing. Cause it seems completely out to lunch to me right now.
I don't talk about a short squeeze at this point because the reported short interest is still relatively low at around 10%. But if anyone that believes there are rehypothecated synthetics, whatever, if that is true, then it certainly could get interesting. But I'm not basing any of my analysis or trading decisions based on that at this time.
Yeah, the even mind-boggling.
I'd take it as a
right
bonus.
now is at these levels, short interest is increasing.
Yeah.
At $4, short interest is increasing. It's just like what's happening here? How's this stock being priced?
I told my Discord back in December that you should expect every week until earnings that short interest is going to increase, and we are seeing that. I think, seeing it get walked all the way
At these levels. Why do you think the shorts are continuing to add there?
Because they're doing what they can to drive the price down. They want to crucify people's emotions and get you out of the play, and they're going to keep on punishing it.
They want to shake you out.
They want to shake you out. And
there's
a
lot of financial risk to shake people
out.
Yeah. Like,
at some point, when things pivot, when the news changes, they're going to get wrecked.
Yeah, and that's what I see. Like, because I follow Twitter and I follow YouTube and I follow a bit of social media. Maybe it wasn't as big as June 21, but there's still a massive base that seems to be following and buying. Like, these guys are going to get smoked
when
the lightest bullish news.
Yeah, when and if we get some good news. Like, I'm just praying, Mike, every day that the next news we get is good news, not bad news. But when and if the next bit of news is good, or the next batch of news is good, these guys are going to get wrecked. Obviously, if there's another dilution announcement, that's not going to be great for us. But I think that my calculus says that's a low probability at this point. I think they got it all done for the short term. For right now, they got it all done at the end of Q4.
Yeah, and like even, and I know you've talked about the dilution announcements, but I've ran the numbers. Even if AMC diluted all the shares they have available, even if they're like 550 million float, on a recovered box office, the price is still hundreds of % where it should be. Like based on kind of like the earnings and building out, the 10Q spreadsheets. I see you do them on your YouTube. Like put some 3 billion quarters and put like a 12.5 billion box office. Even with like a 550 million float, the price still is like, it's so crazy low based on kind of where it's traded and historical profit or PE ratios for the industry, right? It's nonsensical almost to me.
Sparky is disagreeing. I just got a YouTube comment I want to read. He says he disagrees that the risk is minimal, that they'll be able to easily roll the debt. Maybe we get May back on and have another debt conversation this week, or in the coming weeks if we don't hear anything. I don't think we'll hear anything in the short term, but I'd like to, Sparky, feel free to shoot me a DM and we can have some conversations on that. Because again, I'm not a bond expert, and I like to defer to people that are much smarter than me in areas that I'm weak in.
Yeah, and the reason I say that myself is two reasons. So the biggest portion of the debt is the revolving credit facility,
right?
Which May basically described as it's a line of credit. So if AMC wants to max that out, it's just like the banks have agreed this is a line of credit that we want to give to you, and they could have that maxed out as much as they want. It's not even maxed out. I believe on that credit revolver, they still have another $200 million they can use.
There is some.
Part is
hold on before you.
What's left is the second lien, Pictoggle, which if they decided to call on that debt and didn't want to refinance, like if nobody wanted to refinance and the existing debt holder wanted to call on that, they get wiped out. When the box office is increasing and AMC's earnings are increasing quarter over quarter, it's just like, I guess if you want to lose $1 billion, maybe you wouldn't roll it, but that seems like a nonsensical to me, that prospect.
Not my area of expertise, but it doesn't make sense to me why they wouldn't work with the company. Might not be as favorable as we would like, but we'll see. The other thing, about maxing out that line of credit, that one provision in the debt covenants where it talks about anti-cash hoarding. Have you read that?
Yeah, I've heard of it. And so I think
Basically, if I understand this
yeah.
correctly, and Sparky, correct me if I'm wrong, when you're looking at an anti-cash hoarding provision, someone asked me on Twitter, what does that mean? Like, why would a bank not want you to load up on liquidity? They do want you to load up on liquidity. They don't want you to fully draw down your credit line at a time when things are risky and put them on the hook. That's what they mean by anti-cash hoarding. When the economy's tough, when things are tough, they don't want you running the bank on your credit line and hoarding cash just in case shit. I think they have less problem with you raising it through equity. So that's my understanding of what the anti-cash hoarding is. You're not going to be allowed to just go run the bank on your credit line.
Yeah, and for all intents and purpose, the biggest risk I see for AMC is if the box office stalls. And based on the releases and based on what's kind of happening in the industry and a lot of comments that I'm seeing, there seems to be more and more content coming outside of what happened with the strike blip, which basically was another mini COVID. The actors and writers strike really pushed back a lot of content. But past that, even when you looked at 2025 and what got pushed back, and even in later in 2024, the content is continuing that year-over-year increase from COVID lows. Like, it's double-digit percentages every year from the COVID lows that the content is increasing, the box office is increasing, the amount of movies is increasing. And, like, I guess unless that just somehow stalled, where there's no sign of it stalling, that would be the biggest risk. The debt, to me, like, for all the people that talk about it, that's it's more the content and the profitability of the company, and that seems the risk to me. But even that, like, to me, that seems minimal based on everything that you're seeing with the box office and the movie producers and everything else, right?
Thank you for sharing that. And Mike, share your Twitter for the folks that might not be following you. He's a good one to follow for some good, I think, common sense. He might be slightly more bullish than me. You guys know I'm very conservative in my analysis. But what's your Twitter handle, Mike?
Oh, it's my name, at Mike VOGR.
At Mike VOGR. So give him a follow. I
basically share a whole bunch of movie release stuff on my Twitter and argue with shills.
Yeah,
so it's not that interesting, Tony.
But when I hear you, I've heard you a couple times on space calls, and you know the numbers pretty well, better than most. And so I think, for folks that are able to catch on a space call, hearing this information repeated and explained in a rational way is good for them to hear both the pros and the risks on the financials and the box office.
Yeah, but I tend to be more bullish. I think the risk of movies going away or the box office just stalling out, I think that's I honestly think that's like a short seller fantasy.
I think I'm equally bullish as you. I'm a little more conservative on the box office numbers. So that's the only difference. And that, that translates down into cash flow and earnings per share. But our general direction, we're both thinking the same way.
Yeah, 100%, Tony.
Sparky says yes. Speaking of the what was that phrase I was just talking about? The cash hoarding. They don't want you drawing down your entire line. Yeah. So for anyone who read that and you're wondering, what does anti-cash hoarding mean? It doesn't mean that you can't keep $1 billion on the balance sheet. That's not cash hoarding. What they don't want you to do is, if you got $1 billion credit line, to go borrow $1 billion and just park it when you didn't really need it, and put them at risk of the economy tanking and interest rates going up. So that's what you're restricted from doing. Anywho.
The one, you want to say something at all, or no?
I saw him put a thumbs up or 100 when we said hello to him. I think he's had enough time to come up, and he probably doesn't want to speak, which I don't blame him. He gets his fill talking all day, every day on his calls. But thank you I appreciate you, the one, for always being, in my experience, a very fair person, and having differing viewpoints on your channel and still keeping it positive. All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up. Thank you for your time. Feel free to drop comments in the YouTube or on the Twitter comments. And this video and the Twitter space call will remain up, so you guys can watch it later if you missed it and you're watching it later. Thank you for listening, and we welcome your questions. As long as you can speak like an adult, we're happy to discuss any aspect of the play, negative, positive, or just for your education, for learning a little bit more about the financials and how we're looking at the play. Doc Zeno says, drink. I don't have no alcohol here nearby. I've been drinking water, Doc. But I might have a cold Miller Lite. No, I think we have Coors Light in the fridge. I might have one when we're done here. Thank you, guys. Mediocre, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Whisper. Mike owning the float. Super Steven, Grandpa Barney. Thank you for everybody that stopped in. Did I miss anybody, Mediocre?
No, I think we got everybody. Yeah, I just appreciate everybody showing up, all the viewers and all that. And, hopefully the community comes together and, let's discuss the stuff openly in a respectful way. I think that's probably what's best for the community. I
Amen.
appreciate putting the show on and doing it.
All right, guys. Have a good rest of your Saturday, and we'll see if we can get an evening live stream. I don't know if we'll do one tonight, but maybe tomorrow night, Sunday night. And
defend those borders, eh?
yeah, I was looking at they have some volunteer positions where you can go down to the border and they give you free room and $55 per diem. But I was trying to see if there's any restrictions on age, and that wasn't clear. So I don't know. We'll see how the big boys handle it first, and if they need me, I'll pack up and go down there. Love you guys. Have a good one. We will see you on the next one.
Bye.